In the Northern Realm, a chilling scene unfolded as a vast swarm of undead creatures launched a relentless assault on a human outpost. Driven by a dark and inexorable will, these undead were not mere shambling corpses, but a formidable army raised and commanded by the necromancer, Stephen Lestat. His creation, a bone fortress equipped with the latest advancements in gene manipulation and biological science, stood as a testament to his commitment to winning the divine game for Necros. The human outpost, positioned strategically at the edge of the Northern Realm, was initially capable of holding its own against smaller skirmishes. However, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the undead, their defenses began to falter. The undead, enhanced through unique gene therapy that fortified their rotting bodies and endowed them with unnatural endurance, surged forward in waves of decaying flesh and bone. Stephen Lestat's enhancements allowed the undead to withstand and adapt to the lethal combat techniques employed by the other factions. The Lycans, known for their superior strength, agility, and ferocity, posed a significant threat with their ability to tear through the undead ranks in close combat. Meanwhile, the Elders, masters of shadow manipulation, had demonstrated their ability to annihilate large numbers of the undead from a distance, using the dark arts to sap the life force from their foes. Undeterred, Lestat worked tirelessly in his fortress, his mind a whirlwind of scientific and necromantic knowledge. He pledged to devise a strategy that would not only counter the physical prowess of the Lycans, but also neutralize the mystical threats posed by the Elders. His research focused on further enhancing the physiological traits of his undead, increasing their resilience against physical attacks, and developing resistance to magical energies. As the outpost's final defenses crumbled, the undead army swelled with newly claimed souls, each fallen defender rising again to join the ranks of Necros' army. This macabre reinforcement strategy was gruesome yet effective, ensuring that with every battle, regardless of the initial outcome, the undead army grew ever larger and more formidable. The fall of the human outpost marked a grim beginning to the unfolding saga in the Northern Realm, signaling a new era of darkness as Stephen Lestat's undead horde prepared to march forth, a growing threat not just to the Lycans and the Elders, but to all who dared stand in their way in this God-ordained game. As night descended, blanketing the sky in a shroud of impenetrable darkness, the small village to the south succumbed to a deep, unsuspecting sleep. Having spent their day toiling in the fields, bartering goods, and fortifying their modest homes, townsfolk settled into their beds, their exhaustion earning them a profound, yet tragically vulnerable, rest. Unknown to the slumbering villagers, shadows began to gather with sinister intent, swirling around the edges of the town like dark spectres at a somber feast. These shadows, silent and formless, slipped through open windows and under door cracks, invading the homes that housed of the unsuspecting. Once inside, the dark forms transformed. From the nebulous mist emerged decrepit figures, old, parasitic, and sickly. They were like creatures resurrected from the tomb and the grave, their appearances ghastly, and their intentions malevolent. These were the Elders, ancient beings, with a thirst not just for blood, but for the very essence of life. As the village lay in helpless slumber, the Elders began their grim banquet. They moved from bed to bed, their forms hunched and grotesque, gorging on the townsfolk. With each life taken, the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. The Elders' ancient magic, dark and ruthless, ensured that those who perished did not rest in peace, but rose again, their eyes hollow, their loyalty forcibly bound to their new sinister lineage. By dawn, the village had transformed completely. Where once there was laughter and life, now stood only the silent ranks of newly turned Elders, their faces pale and haunted under the waning moon. Elder, the leader of this macabre legion, watched over the scene with a grim satisfaction. His smile was a twisted curl of his lips, a confident arrogance born from unwavering loyalty to his god. To him, this was not merely a victory, but a necessary step towards dominance in the divine game set by the gods. This dark conquest, under the cover of night, not only bolstered the strength of the elders, but also served as a chilling reminder of their reach and the merciless nature of their campaign to win the ultimate power for their god. To the east, nestled amidst a burgeoning forest, stood a small, scientific outpost, a beacon of human ingenuity and determination. Here, dedicated researchers worked tirelessly, advancing industries in science and technology to ensure their community could not only survive, but thrive in this harsh, supernatural-laden world. The day had been like any other, filled with the hum of machinery and the clatter of keyboards, until a deep, terrifying howl shattered the calm. It was primal, ancient, a sound that spoke of wildness and untamed fury. Instantly, the alarm blared throughout the outpost, a piercing siren that set every heart pounding with dread. The inhabitants scrambled, gathering essential belongings as they prepared to flee. Among them, a solitary figure in a chrome mask, recently arrived from afar, moved with an eerie calmness. He entered the science lab, his voice resolute as he issued a stark warning. "Leave now, or be torn to shreds by the Lycans." Outside, the chaos was palpable as the Lycans descended upon the outpost with terrifying speed and ferocity. Their eyes glowed with a predatory light as they leapt over barriers and burst through doors. The humans' desperate sprint for safety was futile. The werewolves were simply too swift, too relentless. Screams filled the air, mingled with the snarls and growls of the Lycans attacking. The terror of facing these beasts was unlike any other. Muscles rippling under moonlit fur, fangs bared in savage delight. One by one, the outpost defenders fell, only to rise again, their bodies undergoing a horrific transformation. The ancient curse of lycanthropy took hold, weaving its dark magic through their veins, reshaping them into the very monsters they feared. Inside the lab, as chaos reigned outside, the man in the chrome mask sat alone, an aura of inevitability about him. When the Alpha Lycan burst through the door, its eyes alight with a brutal intent, it lunged. But in a moment laden with inexplicable recognition, the man removed his mask, revealing his face. Something deep within the Alpha stirred, a recognition, or perhaps a command from a past long buried. It stopped mid-attack, its fierce momentum halted as if by an invisible force. With a huge commanding roar, it signaled the other Lycans. The message was clear and filled with an authority that brooked no dissent. Leave this place and never return. The other Lycans retreated, disappearing into the forest as swiftly as they had arrived. The man in the chrome mask calmly replaced his mask and spoke into the lingering silence, his voice resonating with a new, undisputed command. From now on, this place will be known as Outpost Winter. This declaration marked the outpost not just as a site of scientific endeavor, but as a domain under the protection of a man whose very presence could sway the instincts of the primal and the supernatural. In the newly christened Outpost Winter, Simon Winter had indeed chosen his location with precision. The laboratory, fortified and secluded, was laden with equipment and resources essential for his monumental task. Here, he intended to recreate his weapon, a device perhaps capable of turning the tides in the supernatural struggle enveloping this world. Meanwhile, far to the west, in a bustling human stronghold, life thrived under the vigilant leadership of Commander Lewis and Eleanor. This stronghold, a fortified beacon of human resilience and ingenuity, bustled with activity. Its walls, reinforced with salvage technology and ancient craftsmanship, housed a community determined to survive against all odds. Within this community, Captain Harris and Captain Knox found themselves working closely together. Both were skilled leaders, adept in tactical defense and community organization, yet neither held any recollection of past conflicts or battles. To them, their life within the stronghold's walls was all they had ever known, and their dedication to its people was unwavering. As reports of attacks by supernatural factions began filtering in, the atmosphere within the stronghold grew tense. Scouts and messengers brought news of encroaching dangers, undead hordes pushing from the north, and shadowy figures haunting the southern borders. Each report solidified the need for vigilance and preparedness, traits that both Harris and Knox exemplified in their daily duties. Commander Lewis, a seasoned leader with a strategic mind, worked alongside Elena, whose strength and charisma rallied the stronghold's inhabitants. Together, they orchestrated defenses and planned counter-strategies, yet like Harris and Knox, their memories were curiously confined to their lives within the stronghold. The past, with its potential insights into enemies and alliances, remained veiled in mystery, leaving them to rely solely on the present challenges and the immediate need to protect their home. Their shared lack of historical context did not hinder their leadership. Rather, it instilled a pure focus on survival and prosperity under the current circumstances. This peculiar amnesia, whether a consequence of the gods' manipulation in this crafted realm or a side effect of their divine game, meant that each leader approached the supernatural threats with a fresh perspective, unburdened by the history of betrayals or alliances that might have shaped their strategies differently. As the stronghold fortified its defenses, the leaders remained vigilant, their lives intertwined with the fate of their community, standing as the last bastion of human resilience in a world dominated by ancient curses and celestial games. In a strategically pivotal yet unassuming location at the heart of the map, a small outpost buzzed with activity under the watchful eyes of Alex and Marco. Despite their mysterious amnesia concerning anything prior to this alternate reality, the pair operated with the seamless coordination of long-standing teammates. Their primary focus was on bolstering defenses and devising robust strategies to safeguard their small community against any potential threats. Nina, the camp leader, dedicated herself tirelessly to managing the camp's daily operations and meeting the needs of its inhabitants. Her leadership was a beacon of stability, guiding the camp through uncertain times. Unbeknownst to them, their outpost sat at the very center of the map, making it an unwitting focal point for all three supernatural factions. Meanwhile, in the dark and imposing castle of the Elders, Elder and Serana engaged in a strategic dialogue. Their voices echoed through the cold stone halls, carrying plans of manipulation and survival. We must not engage the Lycan directly. Their unique abilities are the deadliest to us. Elder cautioned with a grave tone, the weight of their predicament clear in his expression. Serana nodded in agreement, her mind racing with tactics. There is a human camp, yet untouched, positioned between the two factions. We need to lead them both there, she proposed, her voice a whisper of intrigue and urgency. Elder contemplated, then added, "If we attack this camp and cause a commotion, hopefully they will come to claim it for themselves. It could serve as bait to draw both the Lycan and the undead into conflict." "We have no silver," Serana interjected, a note of caution in her voice. "And no doubt, these Lycan are true blood. lethal to us. We must have them fight the undead first, and try to stop them both from bolstering their numbers." Eldur nodded, his eyes narrowing as he devised the next phase of their plan. "Yes, while they fight, we need to be the ones recruiting to our kin. The undead are walking shells devoid of real brains, and the Lycan are mere wild animals. We, on the other hand, are superior intellectually," he asserted confidently. With a strategic grin, Eldur gave a subtle nod, a non-verbal command that set their cunning plan into motion. This maneuver was designed not just to survive, but to provoke a conflict that would ideally weaken their adversaries, allowing the Elders to capitalize on the chaos and recruit more to their ranks. The stakes were high, and in the game of gods and monsters, the Elders were playing a dangerous but potentially rewarding hand. Back at Outpost Winter, Simon Winter was on the verge of completing his most ambitious project yet, a weapon of his own design, uniquely intertwined with his superior intellect. As he made the final adjustments to the device, his thoughts drifted to its origins and the circumstances that surrounded its necessity. He had possessed this weapon before the collapse of reality, a testament to his genius that not even the gods could replicate in this new world they had crafted. The weapon, an intricate device capable of manipulating electromagnetic brainwaves and functions, was linked directly to Winter's ever-evolving intellect. By tests on himself initially, Winter had managed to increase his brain usage from the typical 10% to an astonishing 30%, and still climbing. This enhanced cerebral capacity not only amplified his intellectual abilities, but also allowed him to retain and recall experiences from before the reality collapse, providing him with insights and memories that others had lost. Working tirelessly in his lab, Winter made a crucial adjustment to the weapon. This modification was subtle, yet significant, tailored to a specific phase of the plan he was formulating, a strategy so complex and intricate that only a mind as advanced as his could conceive and hope to execute it successfully. Winter's plan, shrouded in secrecy, was designed not merely to participate in the supernatural conflicts, but to pivot the balance of power entirely. With his weapon nearly complete, he was poised to step into the fray, not just as a participant, but as a formidable architect of the new reality's future. His actions, driven by a mix of personal motives and the broader aim of human preservation, were about to introduce a new element to the divine game, one that could potentially alter the course of this supernatural war. In a strategic ploy to incite conflict between the Lycans and the undead, Serana led a team of elders on a covert assault on a crucial outpost situated between the two enemy strongholds. Employing their mastery of shadow manipulation, they deliberately chose paths that would alert their adversaries, moving through territories where the Lycans could sense their dark energy and where the undead could glimpse their shadowy forms. The intent was clear: provoke both factions into converging upon the outpost, thereby weakening them in the ensuing conflict. Reacting to the Elder's movements, the Necromancer swiftly commanded a legion of his most recently enhanced undead, designed with a higher resistance to the shadow powers of the Elders, to march on the outpost and repel the vampire-led assault. Simultaneously, the Alpha Lycan, sensing the corrupt presence of the Elders, unleashed a ferocious howl, rallying a pack of true-blood Lycans to charge towards the impending battle. The outpost, managed by a woman named Rebecca, was suddenly under siege. Shadowy figures flickered at the periphery, the ground trembled under the march of undead legions, and the air was rent by the chilling howls of Lycans. Faced with the imminent collision of three supernatural forces, Rebecca issued orders for her guards to hold their positions, yet remained prepared for a swift evacuation if necessary. As the undead forces came into view, the elders executed their final part of the plan. They retreated, leaving the Lycans and undead to clash ferociously over the outpost. This retreat was not a sign of defeat, but a strategic withdrawal to redirect their focus toward a smaller, yet intriguingly significant target, an unclaimed outpost still operational and rumoured to hold valuable scientific assets. Two elders slipped into this smaller outpost, using their shadow forms to remain unseen. However, as they entered the main building, they were suddenly trapped by a strange, encompassing light. Simon Winter, revealing himself, addressed the court elders with a mix of disappointment and scientific curiosity. "Clumsy and late," Winter remarked coolly. "I will need to experiment on you. I'm afraid I'm going to need your heads." As one of the elders attempted a desperate escape, the light intensified, searing him with pain as he recoiled back into the room. "Don't bother," Winter continued, his voice calm and factual. "That light is a mix of ultraviolet and infrared, set to the exact spectrum as sunlight, all part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Simple really, though I doubt your insect-like intellect would understand." This encounter starkly highlighted the disparity in intellectual prowess between Winter and the elders. Despite their heightened intellect and centuries of accumulated knowledge, they were fundamentally outmatched by Winter's superior cognitive abilities, which continued to expand exponentially. His preparation and strategic use of technology not only neutralized the physical threat of the elders, but also positioned him as a formidable player in the ongoing supernatural game, one step ahead in crafting the future of this reality. The battle at the outpost was a spectacle of primal fury and undead resilience, as the Lycans, led by their instinctual ferocity, clashed with the undead, each enhanced with the necromancer's dark genetic alterations. The air was filled with the clash of bone against flesh and the snarls of wolves. The undead, though not possessing the wild agility or the raw physical power of the Lycans, were formidable due to their sheer numbers and the unnatural enhancements that granted them increased resistance and strength. They moved with a disturbing, eerie coordination, their eyes devoid of life yet burning with a relentless drive to destroy. Each undead soldier was a product of the necromancer's intricate knowledge of death and decay, crafted to be a tough opponent against the natural prowess of the Lycans. However, the Lycans' superior might eventually turn the tide. Their movements were swift and brutal, leaping, tearing and rending with their enhanced claws and teeth. The battle was a blur of motion, with the Lycans weaving through the ranks of undead, each strike calculated to be lethal. Their howls pierced the night, a chilling soundtrack to the carnage unfolding. In the ferocious melee, the Lycans demonstrated their dominance, their pack mentality, ensuring they fought with a unity and savagery that overwhelmed their foes. For every Lycan that fell, scores of undead were torn apart, their reanimated bodies unable to regenerate fast enough to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the human inhabitants of the outpost, led by Rebecca, faced a dire situation. With the battle raging fiercely around them and casualties mounting, Rebecca made the hard decision to evacuate. Her voice was firm as she rallied a handful of survivors. "We need to retreat to the nearest safe place." The urgency of the situation was palpable, the danger imminent, and her leadership critical in steering her group away from the battlefield. As they fled, the tragic reality of their situation became evident. Some of the outpost defenders, humans who had fought bravely against the encroaching enemies, had fallen during the battle. Now, under the eerie glow of the moon, the The curse of the Lycans began to take hold on them. Those who had been bitten and left for dead rose again, their features contorting in agony as the transformation gripped their bodies. The curse spread through their veins like wildfire, reshaping them into the very beasts they had just been fighting against. The air was thick with despair and transformation as Rebecca and her surviving group made their escape, the sounds of the ongoing battle fading into the distance, replaced by the heavy, ragged breaths of those desperate to survive another night in this brutal, supernatural realm after the ferocious battle. The outpost was nothing more than a smouldering ruin, the ground strewn with the twisted and broken bodies of the undead. Amidst the devastation, a solitary figure roamed, his gaze cold and calculating as he surveyed the aftermath of the conflict. The necromancer, undeterred by the loss, muttered with a tone of irritation mixed with anticipation. Annoying, but expected. At his command, 2 large undead servants lumbered into the area, pushing a cart that spilled a greenish goo across the blood-soaked earth. This substance, a concoction born from the necromancer's relentless genetic and biological experiments, seeped into the remains of the fallen undead. Almost immediately, the dead began to shake and convulse violently. Some bodies grotesquely bonded together, forming larger, more formidable creatures, while others rose anew, ready to fight again. The necromancer watched with grim satisfaction, proclaiming, "You can't kill the dead. We shall have to find a way to strengthen you against these mongrels." Meanwhile, back at Outpost Winter, the atmosphere was starkly different. 2 severed heads lay on Simon Winter's experimental table, subjects of his latest scientific inquiry. "Of course," Winter mused aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the sterile lab. "It's not magic or darkness, it's just science. I can see how your brains are able to convert your molecular structure into shadows." He was close to a breakthrough, one that could potentially alter the dynamics of power among the supernatural factions. "I will just need to add this to my calculations, and I will be ready," he declared, his confidence in his intellectual prowess evident. Back at the Elder's dark castle, Elder and Serana discussed the fate of their missing comrades with growing concern. "They should be back by now, unless they were attacked," Serana noted, her voice tinged with unease. Elder, his expression grave, responded, "Something about that place. Something is not right. We shall have to keep a close eye on it." The disappearance of their scouts at a seemingly insignificant scientific outpost hinted at a greater threat than they had anticipated. End of episode 1. As the shadows lengthen and the first episode draws to a close, the stage is set for deeper intrigues and conflicts. The necromancer's undead army is evolving, becoming ever more formidable through grotesque rebirths. Simon Winter, with his cutting-edge scientific methods, edges closer to unlocking secrets that could shift the very foundations of supernatural power. Meanwhile, Elder and Serana sense an ominous disturbance tied to Outpost Winter, a place that might hold more significance than any had guessed. As the factions regroup and rearm, the question looms: what new alliances and betrayals will emerge as each leader seeks to assert their dominance in this fractured realm? Episode 2 promises a continuation of this intricate dance of power, where science and the supernatural collide with unpredictable consequences. The game is far from over, and the real battle may have just begun. Crimson Dawn Season 3, Part 2, Shadows and Schemes. Eldur and Serana crouched in the shadows near the perimeter of the scientific outpost, their forms barely distinguishable from the dusk that enveloped the area. The outpost, a hub of bustling activity by day, now stood eerily silent under the cover of night. "This is the place," Serana whispered, her voice laced with unease. "It was here that our brothers, Lucian and Marius, vanished. They never returned, and no word or whisper has betrayed their fate." Eldur's eyes narrowed as he scanned the outpost. "Then we'll hide and observe. Patience may unveil more than direct confrontation ever could." They watched in tense silence until a figure emerged from the main building. The man paused momentarily, an inexplicable pause that seemed like a silent acknowledgement of their presence, though he made no overt sign of having detected them. Then he simply continued on his way. Eldur and Serana exchanged a look, fear momentarily flickering across their faces. "How is he here?" Eldur murmured, his voice barely a breath. "This changes everything. He's the one player that could end us all. We need to tread with caution." Later, back at their dark castle, the ancient stone walls of the council chamber echoed with the tense deliberations of the two elders. Eldur paced before the grand fireplace, his mind racing with strategy. "The Lycans can overpower us. The undead can outnumber us. And now this man, whose intellect dwarfs even ours, poses a new threat," he said, his voice grim with the weight of their predicament. Serana nodded in agreement, her own thoughts dark with concern. "We need to play smart." Eldur stopped pacing and faced her, an idea forming that seemed almost radical. "The one player they are all overlooking is the humans. I believe, with help, they could become strong enough to defeat either side. If we make an alliance, if we help them, they could serve well to help us win this war." "Side with the main course?" Serana scoffed, her eyebrows arching in disbelief. "This is preposterous." "Only until they have served their purpose," Eldur countered smoothly. "Then we will destroy them from the inside. Our brothers, Sage and Valrek, once worked with the humans. We can mention this to gain favor." A slow, calculating smile spread across Serana's face. "I like the way you think, Eldur." Together, they began to craft a delicate web of alliances and betrayals. Their plan was daring, fraught with peril, but it might just tip the scales in their favor. By using the humans, they aimed not only to bolster their ranks, but also to create a buffer against their more powerful enemies. The game was evolving, and with it, so were its players. In the secluded calm of his laboratory, Simon Winter was engrossed in his work, adjusting the settings on an enhanced monitor, a relic left by the outpost's previous occupants, but now years ahead of its time due to his modifications. As he stared intently at the screen, a triumphant smile briefly crossed his face. "There you are," he murmured, as the monitor displayed a hidden part of the realm, invisible to all but his enhanced tools. Meanwhile, far to the west, in the bustling human stronghold, the air was tense with reports of encroaching danger. Captain Harris and Captain Knox stood before the stronghold's leaders, Commander Lewis and Eleanor, delivering their findings. "The reports are correct. The undead are on the move from the north. There's new activity at the castle to the south, and Lycans have been spotted in the east," reported Captain Harris. "We must improve defenses and prepare for the worst," added Captain Knox, her voice firm with resolve, as the key players of the human stronghold engaged in strategic planning. An unexpected interruption came, and laughter echoing from the shadows. The assembled group turned sharply as Eldur, emerging into the dim light, announced, "Do not fear. I am Eldur, the leader of that castle you speak of." Beside him, Serana stepped forward, adding, "We come in peace. We are a peaceful species, yet we too fear for our safety from the undead and Lycans." Eldur continued, his voice carrying a hint of historical weight. "Long ago, our greatest leader, the Sage, made an agreement with your kind to work together for a common good. I was hoping that we too could help each other." Captain Harris, ever skeptical, folded his arms across his chest. "How do we know we can trust you?" Eldur's response was immediate and pointed. "We have the power to destroy you in mere seconds. Had that been our intention, you would already be dead by now. Our greatest mind, the Sage, once trusted your people with his very existence. I would also put my trust in you." Serana chimed in, her tone earnest. "We can stop the undead, but we cannot fight the Lycan alone. However, we can show you how to defeat them." The members of the human stronghold paused, contemplating this unexpected proposal. It was Eleanor who finally spoke, her voice reflecting both her caution and curiosity. "I think this can work. What point would they have to work with us when they could simply kill us right now?" Captain Knox, however, voiced the lingering doubt that hung over them. "And when it's over, how do we know you won't just use us to aid you, then turn on us?" Eldur met her gaze, his expression solemn. "Trust, just as our ancestors trusted yours. You have my word." The promise hung in the air, heavy with the weight of centuries and the uncertainty of the future. As alliances formed in the shadow of impending conflicts, each leader knew the stakes were higher than ever. The game of survival had deepened, intertwining their fates with promises that could either save them or doom them all. Beyond the eyes of the human camp and the unsuspecting elders, a different shadow moved with purpose through the night. This entity, cloaked in darkness, crossed the landscape with supernatural speed, its form barely discernible as it streaked across the realm. Within moments, it arrived at its destination, the Lycan's woodland fortress, a vast network of dwellings high in the towering treetops. In the heart of this primal stronghold, among nearly 20 Lycans, including the formidable Alpha, the shadow halted. Emerging from the darkness was Winter, his presence causing a sudden stillness to fall over the Lycans. With a simple wave of his hand, every Lycan froze, rooted to the spot, all except the Alpha. Winter removed his mask, revealing a familiar face to the Alpha. "Hello, old friend," he greeted calmly. "Don't worry, none of them can see us." His voice was a quiet murmur against the backdrop of the dense forest. The Alpha, driven by instinct, lunged at Winter, pinning him to the ground with a ferocious snarl. No, you can't wrestle now," Winter said, his voice steady as he gently stroked the Alpha's head. The touch seemed to calm the beast momentarily as Winter continued. "The Elders are creating a ruse for the humans. They intend to build weapons to be able to combat and defeat you. Once they have done this, the Elders plan to turn on the humans and win the game." The Alpha, towering and imposing, looked down at Winter with a mix of curiosity and restrained aggression. "There will be no prize for them when the time comes, but I also can't have them destroying you," Winter continued, maintaining eye contact with the massive creature that could easily tear him apart. Despite the Alpha's primal rage, there was a clear bond that halted its deadly instincts, a bond forged from years of guidance and nurturing by Winter himself. "The time is not yet right for me to aid you in combat directly. I cannot draw that attention just yet," Winter explained, his mind working rapidly to formulate a plan. "But here's what we can do," he whispered, outlining a strategy that only he and the Alpha would know. The Alpha, recognizing its mentor and father figure, the man who saved and raised him, listened intently, although the primal rage within it screamed to act. Something deeper, an implanted sense of connection and trust, held it back. Meanwhile, at the human stronghold, Elder and Serana were busy demonstrating their purported goodwill. Serana gathered a small group of human leaders, sharing insights into the supernatural tactics that could be employed against the Lycans. "We have methods to trap the Lycans that do not require silver," Serana explained. She revealed a technique that utilized a power she shared, an ancient and mystical energy that could bind or immobilize the Lycans without the traditional weaknesses they were known for. This energy, when harnessed correctly, can create a barrier that Lycans cannot cross. Think of it as a fence, but one made of energy, invisible yet impenetrable to them, she detailed, sketching diagrams in the air with her hands that glowed with a faint, ethereal light. The humans listened, intrigued by this new possibility. Eleanor, particularly thoughtful, considered the implications. "This could change our defenses significantly," she mused aloud, weighing the strategic advantage against the potential dependence on the Elder's goodwill. As Winter outlined his strategy to the Alpha back in the woodland fortress, the Alpha nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of their situation. They were playing a high-stakes game, one that required finesse and cunning, and for now, Winter's plan was their best chance at survival. The chapter closes on a world teetering on the brink of war, with alliances and strategies forming in the shadows. Each faction, driven by their own agendas and survival instincts, prepares for what might come next, unaware of how closely intertwined their fates are becoming. Inside the human stronghold, as Serana shared the mechanics of the energy traps with the military leaders, Captain Harris raised a pointed question that hung heavily in the air. "If you can use these energy traps, why do you need us?" Serana's smile was thin, masking the complexity of their situation. "These true-blood Lycans are a counter to our powers. We weaken near them. Their primal ferocity seems to lower our defenses. By sharing this power with you and working together, we may have a chance. Years ago, we shared this same magic with your kind, whom you now call sorcerers." Captain Knox, ever practical and direct, interjected. "Will these traps work against the undead?" "No, they will just walk through them," Serana admitted, her tone turning serious. "But our shadow power can fell the undead. We can protect you." She continued to instruct the Stronghold's members on the trap incantation, a complex series of gestures and ancient words that seemed to thrum with power. Meanwhile, in the bleak expanse of the Necromancer's bone fortress, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of dark magic and decay. The Necromancer himself worked tirelessly on gene and biological experiments designed to counteract the shadow power of the Elders and bolster resilience against the Lycan onslaught. Experimenting on a lone undead, he severed one of its arms. The creature, with unsettling calm, picked up its severed limb and reattached it seamlessly. A satisfied grin spread across the Necromancer's face. "Excellent. We are almost invincible, unkillable, but we need more," he murmured, his gaze turning toward the endless rows of undead awaiting his command. He motioned to an undead guard. "Send out a unit. Attack any outposts or human towns. We need more warriors." His voice was a command that brooked no argument, and the guard bowed deeply before shuffling away to execute the order. Back at the human stronghold, as Serana finished her demonstration, the room was filled with a mix of awe and unease. The leaders were beginning to understand the precariousness of their position, aligned with the Elders out of necessity, but surrounded by threats that could obliterate their existence at any moment. Captain Harris looked around at his fellow leaders, his expression one of grim determination. "We need to prepare," he stated firmly. Not just to use these traps, but to defend ourselves from all sides. This alliance, it's a temporary reprieve at best." Elena nodded in agreement, her eyes hard with the resolve that marked her as a leader. "We'll use what we can from this alliance, but let's not forget, we need to be ready to stand on our own the moment this truce fractures." The chapter closed with the stronghold bustling into activity, each member now acutely aware of the fragile line they walked between survival and destruction. As they prepared, the distant sounds of the necromancer's minions stirring spoke of the looming threat that could come calling at any moment. In the quiet seclusion of the Lycan's woodland fortress, a poignant scene unfolded between Winter and the Alpha. "I need to leave," Winter announced, his tone carrying an uncharacteristic solemnity that filled the air with a subtle tension. The Alpha, a creature of immense power and primal instincts, paused, its ferocious demeanor softening momentarily as it looked at Winter. The depth in its eyes betrayed a rare glimpse of sadness at the prospect of his departure. "Do not worry, old friend," Winter reassured, stepping closer to the massive beast. "I am safe, and I will not allow any harm to come to you." His voice was steady, imbued with a confidence that seemed to calm the Alpha. But before leaving, Winter closed the distance between them with a sudden leap, engaging the Alpha in a playful wrestle. The Alpha, easily capable of tearing Winter apart in mere seconds, instead found joy in the playfighting, a stark contrast to its usual lethal prowess. As they tussled, Winter chuckled, breaking free from the Alpha's gentle hold. "That felt good," he said, breathing heavily from the exertion, a remembrance of a time when joy and happiness were a constant. "Right now, you are my only connection to that." With those heartfelt words, Winter stepped back, a somber smile on his face. He then disappeared into the shadows, utilizing a power he had taken from the Elders, leaving behind a silent echo of his departure. The other Lycans, previously frozen by Winter's command, continued their routines as if nothing significant had occurred. The Alpha, however, felt a twinge of sadness as it watched Winter vanish. This emotion was quickly supplanted by a surge of primal rage, a reminder of the responsibilities that lay ahead. Empowered by Winter's intervention and the strategic insights he had provided, the Alpha now had a plan to counter the Elders' schemes. Winter's brief return had not only reinforced their bond, but had also given the Alpha the tools needed to protect its pack from the looming threats orchestrated by the Elders. As the chapter closed, the Alpha stood atop the highest platform of the fortress, overlooking the dense forest that was both its domain and its charge. The weight of leadership was heavy on its shoulders, but armed with new knowledge and a renewed determination, it was ready to lead its pack, not just to survive, but to prevail. Rebecca, weary and distraught, arrived at the central outpost with a small group of survivors. The outpost leaders, Nina, Alex, and Marco, gathered around to hear the grim news. "We were attacked from all sides. Lycans, undead, and shadows. We stood no chance," she reported, her voice thick with defeat. Alex, alarmed by the implications, quickly interrupted. "Then these creatures could be upon us in days." Nina and Marco exchanged worried glances, with Marco voicing the fear that lingered in the air. "How do we even stop them? Do we even have a chance?" "We must have hope. We cannot give in," Nina responded firmly, trying to instill some courage among the disheartened group. Alex, still struggling with the reality of their situation, expressed his confusion. "We have no idea how to defeat these creatures. Why have we not seen or heard of them before? I thought they only existed in stories." As the group absorbed the gravity of their predicament, A strange sensation suddenly washed over the inhabitants of the outpost. Alex looked at Marco and Nina, a flicker of realization crossing his face. "We have done this before," he said slowly, as fragments of memories began to resurface. "Yes," Marco agreed, his own memories aligning. "We came to your camp, but it was not like this." "What is happening? I can remember everything from before," Rebecca exclaimed, her voice a mixture of confusion and awe. "It's like someone just reinstalled our memories from before," Alex mused, trying to make sense of the sudden influx of forgotten knowledge. At that moment, a glint, a reflection of something shiny in the distance, caught the sun before disappearing. Alex noticed the reflection, but dismissed it, as his mind was consumed with the newly awakened memories. Harnessing this resurgence of past experiences, Alex quickly took charge, his voice ringing with newfound authority and determination. "We've faced these supernatural threats before. Gather around. I'll share what we've learned." The leaders and survivors huddled together as Alex began to outline defensive strategies and tactics that had proven effective in their previous encounters with the undead, the Lycans, and the Elders. "We've beaten them before. We can beat them again," Alex declared, his words bolstering the spirits of everyone at the outpost. His leadership transformed the atmosphere from despair to resolve, as plans were rapidly made to reinforce their defenses and prepare for the looming threats. As the outpost buzzed into action, fortified by recovered memories and renewed hope, the leaders and survivors worked together, united by their shared past and a determined future. The battle was far from over, but with their restored knowledge and collective resolve, they were ready to face whatever came their way. Days after their grim realization and rapid preparations, the outpost faced its impending trial. From the lookout, the approaching horde was visible. About 200 undead shambled towards the center camp, their forms grotesque even in the distance. Alex and his team had not wasted the intervening days. The walls of the outpost were now fortified with spikes and barbed wire, designed to snag and hold the undead. Behind these fortified barriers, gaps allowed spearmen to thrust their weapons at any attackers that got too close. Although the outpost possessed a handful of firearms, their limited ammunition meant that these could not be relied upon to turn the tide alone. Amidst the preparations, Marco and Nina had been struck by a sudden burst of inspiration, a plan so clear and fully formed that it seemed as if it had been implanted in their minds. "It just came to us, like someone had sent a message directly into our brains," Marco explained to the group, gathered around the makeshift strategy table. Nina laid out their simple, yet potentially effective plan. "We create a diversion, leading the undead away from the outpost and towards a nearby area laden with quicksand." She outlined the terrain on a rough map, pointing to a naturally occurring quicksand pit not far from their location. Marco continued, "We can place dummies just past the quicksand. Dressed up and perhaps even making noise, they would attract the undead. As they mindlessly pursue what they perceive as humans, they'll fall into the quicksand." The idea was met with nods of approval. The quicksand would bog down the undead, and making them easy targets for the outpost defenders. It was a plan that utilized their environment to their advantage, turning a natural feature into a deadly trap. The team quickly set to work, gathering materials to create the dummies. They dressed them in old clothes and set them up to clatter and bang in the wind, simulating human activity. As the undead horde drew closer, the outpost defenders readied themselves. At the designated moment, a small team, led by Alex, made a controlled retreat, firing shots and making noise to draw the undead's attention. Their path was deliberately chosen to lead the undead towards the quicksand trap. As the first of the undead reached the dummies, their decaying feet sank into the soft, deceptive ground. One by one, they became stuck, their movements becoming sluggish as they tried to free themselves from the mire. From a safe distance, the outpost's defenders watched, ready to deal with the trapped undead at their leisure. "This could work," Alex muttered, watching the scene unfold with a mix of hope and anxiety. "If we can keep coming up with plans like this, maybe we really can survive this." As the sun set behind them, casting long shadows over the field of struggling undead, the team at the center camp felt a rare moment of victory in what had seemed like an endless night of despair. With their quick thinking and quicksand trap, they had turned what could have been a devastating assault into a manageable challenge. Now it was just a matter of cleaning up and preparing for the next threat. The atmosphere in the command tent was charged with tension as Serana addressed the human leaders. "We need you to make an assault on the Lycan," she stated firmly. "We have shared our most potent knowledge with you. We have stuck to our end of the bargain. Now it's your turn." Captain Harris, feeling the weight of their newfound alliance, nodded. "Okay, but we will need help. We can't do this alone," he asserted, looking Serana directly in the eyes. "Of course not," Serana replied with a slight smile. She gestured with her hand, and in a swirl of shadows, 10 figures materialized. The shadows then transformed into 10 elders, each exuding an aura of readiness for battle. "I will have my very best warriors accompany you," she added. Captain Harris detailed the plan, his voice steady despite the stakes. "We'll take 10 fighters trained in your trap incantations, along with an assault team of 30 trained fighters. Using the vehicles, we can reach the Lycan stronghold in about 3 days." Captain Knox, ever cautious, intervened with a note of concern. "That will leave the stronghold vulnerable," she pointed out, her brow furrowed. "Yes, but we need to hold up our side of the bargain to show we can be trusted," Captain Harris responded, his decision reflecting both strategy and honor. "Indeed," Serana agreed, her nod affirming the gravity of their joint commitment. With the plan set and the teams assembled, the group of 40, bolstered by the 10 elders, began their preparations. The human fighters checked their equipment and went over the trap incantations once more with their elder counterparts. The elders, for their part, blended in seamlessly, their centuries of combat experience evident in their calm, methodical preparations. As dawn broke, the convoy was ready. The vehicles, loaded with supplies and armed personnel, lined up outside the stronghold. The air was filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as they prepared to embark on the critical mission. Captain Harris and Captain Knox reviewed the route and contingencies with their team one last time, ensuring every detail was covered. Finally, the convoy rolled out, the engine's roar slicing through the morning calm as they headed towards the Lycan stronghold. Dust billowed behind them, a tangible sign of their resolve and the grave task ahead. The journey would be perilous, through territories unknown and fraught with potential ambushes, but the Alliance had given them a fighting chance. As the stronghold faded into the distance, those remaining watched the convoy disappear, their thoughts a mixture of hope and fear for what was to come. This mission was not just a tactical assault, it was a test of the fragile trust between former foes, now united against a common threat. Back at the Necromancer's bone stronghold, a furious roar echoed through the chilling corridors. How could they defeat my warriors? They are just meant to be stock, not able to fight back. Something is wrong. Someone is interfering, the Necromancer bellowed, his voice a mix of rage and confusion. The undead around him cowered, sensing the fury of their creator. His suspicion that an unknown force was manipulating the outcomes of his carefully laid plans was growing. At the Alpha's treetop fortress, a different scene of preparation unfolded. Armed with knowledge imparted by Winter, the Alpha was steps ahead of the game. He rallied his pack, preparing them to intercept the incoming assault of elders and humans. His eyes glowed with a fierce determination, the primal leadership commanding respect and readiness among his Lycans. Meanwhile, back in the Dark Castle, Serana appeared before Eldor with an update. The plan is in place. We'll wait for the humans to trap the Lycan, then destroy them both, leaving their stronghold vulnerable for us to feast on. She outlined with a sly grin. Both elders laughed, their mockery of their adversaries echoing off the ancient stone walls, confident in their deception and the chaos it would soon unleash. Elsewhere, in his secluded lab, Winter examined an added modification to his weapon. Done. The time is right. All the pieces are in place, and soon they will have restored the power I need. He murmured to himself, his fingers caressing the intricate device. His thoughts drifted to Mara, his voice softening. We will soon be together again, Mara. His plan was nearing fruition, and his resolve was as strong as the emotions that drove him. As the second part of the series draws to a close, the stage is set for a grand confrontation. The necromancer's doubts grow as he ponders the unseen forces undermining his undead legions. The Alpha, armed with secret knowledge and a deep trust in Winter, prepares his pack for a critical interception that could turn the tides of war. Meanwhile, Eldor and Serana, cloaked in treachery, believe themselves to be the puppeteers, unaware that they too are being manipulated. Winter's quiet machinations hint at a larger plan, one that not only aims to reunite him with his beloved Mara, but also promises to shift the balance of power in this supernatural war. As the pieces move into place, the question remains, what will happen when the gods awake? In Part 3, the awakening of the gods threatens to unravel all the plans laid by mortals and immortals alike. As these celestial beings stir from their slumber, the real Gump begins. The fabric of reality itself might warp under the weight of their divine presence, challenging every alliance and enmity forged in their absence. Who will rise and who will fall when the gods themselves enter the battlefield? The anticipation for what lies ahead keeps the realms in suspense, with every player holding their breath, waiting for the moment when the heavens themselves might dictate a new order. Awakening of the gods. In the cold, dimly lit confines of his bone fortress, the necromancer stood over an ancient altar, his voice echoing through the cavernous hall as he called out to Necros, the god of the undead. Someone is aiding the humans. They are beginning to fight back, he declared, his tone a mixture of frustration and urgency. The air around him shimmered with dark energy as his plea traveled beyond the mortal realm, directed toward the hidden part of this world, where only gods dared to tread. Deep in this secluded domain, untouched and unseen by any but the divine, the ground trembled subtly, heralding the awakening of powers long dormant. The call from the necromancer reached its intended recipient, stirring Necros from his godly slumber. Around him, the other gods began to awaken, their powers returning, weaving back into the fabric of the realm. The air thickened with ancient magic and the weight of eons. Nekros, his form shrouded in a dark mist, accused his fellow gods with a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. Nocturna, Lysanor, you must be interfering in the game. The humans grow too strong. Nocturna, the vampire god, his presence as silent and still as the night, and Lysanor, the lichen god, whose eyes glimmered with a feral light, both denied any involvement. Nocturna's voice was calm and measured. Our powers are all now connected to maintain this alternate realm. If one of us were to interfere, the others would know instantly. Moreover, we have all just awoken from the godly sleep, a sleep that renews our powers. Lysanor, his tone edged with irritation at the accusation, added, We would have known if one of us had awoken earlier. This means someone, or something else, is interfering in our pact. We are not yet strong enough to leave this location. In response to the tension, Nocturna suggested with a dismissive sneer, Perhaps, Nekros, it is not interference, but merely your inability to control your domain. Your undead have always been the weakest on the board. The air between the gods crackled with potential conflict, each deity keenly aware of the delicate balance that held their realm together. Despite their mutual denials, suspicion lingered like a shadow, darkening their council. As they debated their next course of action, it became clear that the balance of power within their crafted world was more precarious than ever. Outside their hidden sanctuary, the world continued its inexorable turn, ignorant of the divine storm brewing in secrecy. The gods, now fully awake, faced not only the challenge of an unknown saboteur, but also the task of reasserting their dominion without tearing their fragile world apart. The game had evolved, and with it, the rules had changed. As the chapter closed, the realm braced for the ripples that would emanate from this divine awakening, signaling the onset of events that could reshape the very foundations of their existence. Converging paths. The dense forest blurred past as the convoy of vehicles raced towards the impending clash with the lichens. The air was thick with tension, each bump in the rough forest path jolting the fighters into a grim reminder of the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, back at the human stronghold, Elder and Serana had arrived under the guise of offering assistance to defend the fortress while its warriors were absent. Their presence was met with mixed feelings. Commander Harris and Alana greeted their supposed allies with a cautious welcome, their expressions betraying a hint of the suspicion they harbored. The Elder's offer of help was necessary, yet it stirred an undercurrent of distrust at the stronghold. As the vehicles hurtled through the wilderness, Captain Harris and Captain Knox were deep in conversation in the lead vehicle, their voices barely audible over the roar of the engine and the rush of the wind. Are we sure we can trust these elders, vampires, or whatever they call themselves? Captain Knox asked, her brow furrowed with doubt. I hear you, Captain Harris replied, keeping his eyes on the road as he navigated a particularly rough patch. But so far, they have lived up to their end of the bargain and proved to be honest so far. His voice held a note of reluctant acceptance, even as his grip tightened on the steering wheel. Despite Harris's words, Captain Knox couldn't shake a deep-seated unease. Something doesn't feel right, she muttered more to herself than to Harris, her gaze fixed on the dense trees that loomed on either side of the path. Her instincts, honed over years of combat, warned her of the complexity of their situation, where allies could be as dangerous as enemies. The team's nervousness was palpable. Each member of the convoy was acutely aware of the power and ferocity of the lichens they were about to confront. Whispers and restless movements rippled through the ranks as they neared their destination. Weapons were checked and rechecked, and last-minute plans were quietly discussed, each soldier grappling with their own fears and resolve. As the convoy neared the anticipated location of the Lycan confrontation, the tension peaked. The fighters braced themselves, knowing that the next few hours could be decisive not only for their mission, but for the future of the human stronghold. In their hearts, doubts about their elders' allies mingled with the adrenaline of impending battle, creating a volatile mix of fear and determination. Meanwhile, back at the stronghold, Elder and Serana moved with calculated grace, ostensibly setting up defenses, but also exchanging covert glances that spoke of other, unspoken plans. Their smooth assurances and calm demeanor did little to completely ease the concerns of Commander Harris and Elena, who watched their every move with wary eyes. As the chapter closed, the inevitable convergence of forces, human, elder, and Lycan, loomed large, promising a confrontation that would test loyalties, challenge old fears, and potentially reshape alliances. The road ahead was fraught with peril, and every participant, knowingly or not, was about to face their deepest trials. The unveiling of truths. Up ahead, the convoy could see the terrifying Lycans racing toward them. Captain Knox's voice trembled with fear. "We're supposed to fight them." The sight of the Lycans, terrifying, powerful, and primal, sent a chill through even the most seasoned fighters. The convoy quickly maneuvered into a defensive position, using the vehicles as makeshift barriers. The 10 elders held back at a distance, their eyes cold and calculating, waiting for the right moment to strike at both the Lycans and the humans. Just as the violent clash seemed inevitable, a strange stillness enveloped the battlefield. Everything and everyone, Lycans, elders, and humans, seemed frozen in time, a surreal pause in the midst of chaos. Captain Harris and Captain Knox, however, remained unaffected, able to move and speak amidst the eerie stillness. "What's happening?" Captain Harris exclaimed, looking around in confusion. "Winter," said Captain Knox, her voice a mix of realization and bewilderment. "Wait, how did I know this? My mind, it's all coming back. We don't belong here," she confessed, her memories flooding back with alarming clarity. "Yes, Winter, I know him. I remember Fort Haven. I should be there, not here," Captain Harris added, his own recollections resurfacing. "What the hell is happening?" As they grappled with their returning memories, a figure approached them coolly, Winter himself. "Your minds were erased and given new memories," he explained, stopping a few paces away from the confused captains. "I'm glad you now remember me," he continued, his tone calm yet unmistakably cold. "But I don't have time for chit-chat, so listen well. It's your only hope of survival." Winter's presence was commanding, his every word deliberate. "The gods are using you in a game, and Elder and his elders are using you to destroy the Lycans. When the humans have served their purpose, the elders will destroy them." Winter paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. "I could just destroy you all and would, but the time for my plan is not quite ready, and this would not fit my purpose," he revealed, hinting at a larger scheme at play. "Understand that in this realm, there can only be one winner." His revelation laid bare the harrowing truth of their existence in this manipulated reality, a game orchestrated by divine beings for their amusement, with the mortal inhabitants as mere pawns. Winter's disclosure not only illuminated the hidden machinations behind their struggles, but also painted a target on the true nature of their adversaries. "Now you must decide what you will do with this knowledge," Winter concluded, his expression unreadable. As he turned to leave, the stillness broke, and time resumed its course, leaving Harris and Knox to digest the enormity of their situation amidst a rapidly escalating conflict. The battlefield was once again alive with the sounds of an imminent clash, yet for Harris and Knox, the fight had taken on a new, more desperate meaning. Turn of the tide. As winter vanished into the distance, the strange suspension of time lifted, and the Lycans, Elders, and remaining humans began to stir once again. However, rather than resuming their aggressive advance, the Lycans inexplicably turned and walked away from the battle, their departure leaving a palpable sense of confusion in the air. Amidst this unexpected turn of events, Captain Harris and Captain Knox noticed something peculiar at their feet. Two strange tubes left behind. Captain Knox, driven by a mix of curiosity and urgency, grabbed one of the tubes. "It can't be," she murmured, recognizing the design as one of Winter's creations. As the Elders' fighters advanced, their confusion over the Lycans' retreat turned into suspicion towards the humans. "What is this? You betrayed us. For this, you will die," they shouted, fury coloring their words as they readied themselves to attack the human convoy. They were confident in their superiority, believing the humans stood no chance against them. But just at that critical moment, Captain Knox twisted the tube she held. Instantly, an extremely bright light emitted from it, casting ultraviolet and infrared rays across the electromagnetic spectrum. The effect was immediate and painful for the Elders. They recoiled as the light burned their pale skin. With cries of agony, they quickly vanished into the shadows, seeking refuge from the searing brightness. Captain Harris, watching the retreat of the Elders, felt a mix of relief and impending dread. They will reach the stronghold and inform the other Elders of this day. "The stronghold is doomed," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of their predicament. "Maybe not," replied Knox, her tone suggesting a hint of a plan or hope yet disclosed. She looked down at the other tube by her feet, considering their next move. Knox's quick thinking with the light tube had bought them a momentary advantage, but she knew it was just a temporary reprieve. They needed a more permanent solution to protect the stronghold and counter the Elders' treachery. As they regrouped with the remaining human fighters, Captain Knox shared her thoughts on leveraging Winter's technology further. "Winter equipped us for a reason. These aren't just defensive tools. They're a part of a bigger strategy. We need to figure out exactly what Winter planned for us, and fast. Determined to unravel the mystery of Winter's devices and to formulate a plan robust enough to protect their home, Captain Harris and Captain Knox led their team back towards the stronghold. They were resolved to prepare for what they knew would be an inevitable counterattack from the Elders. The journey back was tense, with each member of the convoy acutely aware that the true battle for their survival was just beginning. Betrayal and retaliation. Back at the human stronghold, the aftermath of the battlefield confrontation had sent ripples of anticipation and dread through its walls. The 10 Elders, harnessing their supernatural speed, moved from shadow to shadow, arriving back at the stronghold in mere moments. A stark contrast to the days it would take Captain Knox and Harris to return. Upon their return, the Elders quickly convened with Elder and Serana, whispering urgently about the betrayal they had experienced. The two leaders listened intently, their expressions darkening with each word. The Elders recounted how the humans had used a weapon that emitted a painful, burning light, forcing them to retreat. With a new resolve, hardened by betrayal, Elder and Serana approached Commander Harris and Eleanor, their faces etched with contempt. "Well, it seems our little alliance is over," Eldur declared coldly, his voice barely containing his fury. Serana added with disdain, "Good. I couldn't stand being around these animals any longer." As the elders prepared to attack, believing the humans to be defenseless and caught off guard, Elena swiftly pulled out a tube similar to the ones used in the battlefield. With a quick twist, the tube emitted a blinding light that seared the attacking elders. Elder, caught directly in the light's path, screamed in agony. "This is not over," he howled as he disappeared into the shadows, the pain driving him back. In the sudden calm that followed the thwarted attack, Elena and Commander Harris exchanged looks of realization and relief. "Our memories just flooded back, and a thought to use these weapons against the elders," Commander Harris murmured, piecing together the events that had just unfolded. "Winter," Elena said, the name carrying a weight of newfound understanding and gratitude. They realized that Winter had not only provided them with a means of defending themselves, but also planted the seeds for them to remember their past and see through the elders' deceptions. Now aware of the elders' true intentions and equipped with the means to defend themselves, Elena and Commander Harris quickly organized the stronghold's defenses. They distributed the remaining light-emitting tubes among their forces, briefing everyone on their operation and effectiveness. The stronghold, once vulnerable and on the brink of subjugation, was now a fortified bastion ready to withstand the darkness that sought to engulf it. As they prepared for what they knew would be a prolonged conflict, Commander Harris addressed his people, his voice resolute and inspiring. "They thought they could use us as pawns in their cruel games. They were wrong. We stand together, not just to survive, but to fight back." The stronghold rallied behind their leaders, their spirits lifted by the revelation of their strength and the return of their memories. The fight for survival had evolved into a battle for retribution and freedom, and they were ready to meet it head-on, with Winter's mysterious aid as their secret weapon. Within the shadowed confines of Eldur's dark castle, a sense of urgency gripped the air. Frustrated by the recent failures and the unexpected resistance from the humans, Eldur made a desperate plea to Nocturna, the vampire god. "Nocturna, hear my call," he intoned into the darkness. "The one called Winter is here, and he is interfering in the challenge. You must stop him." In the secluded sanctuary of the gods, Nocturna relayed Eldur's message to the other gods. The chamber, a convergence of divine energy, pulsed with a heightened sense of alert. "It seems we have an intruder in our game," Nocturna announced gravely. "It is he who has been meddling with the challenge." Necros, god of the undead, responded with a growl that resonated through the ethereal space. "Then we will end him." His voice echoed with the finality of death, a promise of retribution for the disruption caused in their divine game. Lysano, the Lycan god, weighed in with a more strategic approach. "We will need to open this sanctuary in order to reach out and find him," he proposed, his eyes glinting with the anticipation of the hunt. "Let it be so," agreed Nocturna, decisively. With a collective nod, the gods began to summon their powers, preparing to venture out from their sanctum in search of Winter. The sanctuary, usually a place of rest and power renewal, now buzzed with the energy of impending action. Gathering at the center of the sanctuary, the gods joined hands, forming a circle. Their combined energies sparked and crackled, creating a vortex of divine power above them. The air shimmered as if reality itself was bending, the power to breach their confinement growing stronger with each passing second. Visual manifestations of their powers appeared. Nocturna's energy manifested as a dark mist, swirling with the essence of night. Necros's power looked like tendrils of shadow and decay, creeping along the floor, while Lysanor's energy pulsated with the primal force of the wild, his aura radiating a golden hue. As the energies intertwined, a portal began to form, its edges sharp with the promise of passage to the realms beyond their divine enclosure. The gods focused intensely, their faces etched with concentration and the burden of their immortal responsibilities. This portal was their gateway to restoring order and to the game they had set in motion, a game now threatened by Winter's unseen hand. Once we step through this portal, our presence will be felt across the realm, Nocturna cautioned, his voice a mere whisper against the growing power around them. We must be swift and decisive. Agreed, Lysanor and Nekros said in unison, their voices blending with the humming energy of the portal. With a final surge of power, the portal stabilized, glowing with a fierce, otherworldly light. One by one, the gods stepped through, disappearing from their sanctuary to appear in the world where Winter's influence had begun to tilt the balance of their carefully constructed game. They were determined to confront Winter, to end his interference, and to reclaim the control that was rightfully theirs in the cosmic order of their creation. The hunt for Winter had begun, and with it, a new chapter in their eternal saga of power and manipulation. The confrontation. As the gods emerged into the realm, they found themselves not in a hidden corner or upon a battlefield, but facing Winter, who was sitting calmly, almost as if he had been expecting them. "Impressive," he murmured softly as he appraised the trio before him. The three gods, Nocturna, Nekros, and Lysanor, stared at Winter, bewildered by his calm demeanor and his choice to confront them directly rather than fleeing. It was an anomaly they had not anticipated. Winter, sensing their confusion, decided to enlighten them. "You may find it intriguing, but you have been under my control this entire time," he began, his voice even and devoid of any fear. "Every action you have taken was at my will." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. "I need your power for a personal reason." This revelation only stoked the flames of their fury. Enraged by his audacity, Nekros unleashed tendrils of godly energy towards Winter, intending to obliterate the audacious mortal. However, Winter merely raised his hand, revealing new modifications in his glove that effortlessly cancelled out the attack. "Predictable," he commented dryly. Not to be outdone, Nocturna then shot out dark, powerful supernatural shadows towards Winter, who countered once again with an almost bored efficiency. "I have every piece of data needed to defend against anything you can throw at me," Winter declared mockingly. Realizing that individual attacks were futile, the three gods united their powers. Lysanor, the most pragmatic of the trio, stated grimly, "Winter's power has grown too much and must be stopped." They then unleashed a massive wave of combined energy, their most powerful attack aimed at overwhelming Winter's defenses. At first, Winter managed to shield himself from the onslaught, his technology absorbing the brunt of the attack, but as the god's power intensified, even his advanced modifications began to falter. "It's too powerful. My weapon cannot cope. It's failing," Winter grunted, struggling against the mounting energy. Despite the overwhelming pain, Winter's resolve did not waver. "What is pain to one like me? My mind can shut off the pain. Mara, I will not fail," he gasped out, the words gaping his lips. With those final words, Winter disintegrated under the relentless assault, the energy seemingly causing him to vanish from existence. The gods watched, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion. He was indeed powerful, but our three powers combined were enough to destroy him, Lysanor remarked solemnly. Yet the victory was bittersweet. "But it has weakened us. We must now return to our sanctuary and regain our strength, Nocturna added, the toll of their exertion evident in his voice. With winter seemingly eradicated, the gods retreated, their forms fading as they returned to their divine sanctuary to recover. The battle for the realm could now continue without the interference of winter's machinations, restoring the original balance the gods had intended for their grand game. The mortal players would once again be left to their own devices under the watchful eyes of the gods, who would need to recuperate from their unexpected and unprecedented challenge. Rifts in reality. As the gods retreated to their sanctuary, a new disturbance manifested in the realm. Across the sky, small fissures appeared, visible to all who dared to look upwards. These fractures in the sky seemed to pulse and widen, as if the very fabric of the realm was tearing, drained by an unseen force. The inhabitants of the realm, from the bustling human strongholds to the shadowy enclaves of the elders, stared up in horror and disbelief. Whispers of fear and theories of impending doom spread like wildfire among them as they speculated on the cause and consequence of such a phenomenon. Only the Lycans seemed undisturbed by the celestial anomalies. The Alpha, in particular, remained stoic and composed. With a solemn grace, he gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl. The sound carried across the lands, filled with a profound sense of mourning and understanding. Had he sensed winter's passing, or did the Alpha harbour some pre-knowledge of something far deeper, some plan embedded deep within him by winter himself? The howl seemed to echo not just through the forests and hills, but through the very essence of the realm, leaving many to wonder about the depth of the Alpha's insight and connection to the forces at play. The veil thins. Is winter truly gone, his essence dissolved under the god's wrath, or does some part of him linger, woven into the very anomalies now appearing in the sky? With the gods weakened and retreating to their sanctum to recover, will they continue to interfere in the realm, or have they expended too much to manipulate further? Now that the humans have regained their memories, they stand at a crossroads, filled with old knowledge and new challenges. Can they defend themselves against the supernatural forces that once overbore them, or will the returning memories empower them to forge a new path of resistance and independence? And what of the Alpha, whose enigmatic behavior suggests a deeper understanding of the unfolding events? Does he hold the key to unraveling the mystery of winter's plans and the fissures now splitting their sky? Find out in the upcoming episode of Crimson Dawn, Episode 4. Join us as we delve deeper into a world where the veil between realms thins, and every creature, mortal and divine, must choose their role in the epic saga that decides the fate of their world. Stay tuned and prepare for revelations that will challenge the very foundation of what you know about power, loyalty, and destiny in the Crimson Dawn. Chapter 1. A new power emerges. In the eerie calm that followed the tumultuous events of the gods' intervention and Winter's apparent demise, the landscape of the supernatural realm began to shift once more. On a seemingly ordinary day, the necromancer walked alone across a vast, desolate field. The ground beneath his feet was barren, marked by the scars of past battles and the quiet despair that had fallen over the land. As he reached the center of the field, the necromancer stopped and spread his arms wide, his cloak fluttering in the wind. With a deep, resonant chant, he called upon Nekros, the god of the undead, channeling the last vestiges of divine energy that had been discreetly tipped in his favor. In this critical moment, unbeknownst to the other gods, Nekros had chosen to alter the balance of power subtly but significantly. Beneath the earth, something stirred. It began as a faint rumbling, then escalated into a cacophony of sounds as hundreds of undead beings clawed their way to the surface. However, these were no ordinary undead. Their eyes burned with the fire of Nekros, glowing ominously in the dim light. These new warriors were stronger, more durable, and uniquely impervious to the Elder's shadow attacks, a strategic enhancement by Nekros to fortify his legion against their primary weakness. The necromancer's face split into a wide, satisfied smile as he watched his new army rise. These were not merely undead. They were undead killing machines, each infused with a fragment of divine power that made them a formidable force on the battlefield. With the gods temporarily out of action, recovering from their exertions against Winter, and with Winter himself no longer a player in this grand game, the necromancer saw an unrivaled opportunity to seize control. As the newly risen undead gathered around him, the necromancer raised his staff, signaling the beginning of a new phase in the supernatural war. With this army, he proclaimed, his voice carrying across the windswept field, we will tip the scales in our favor. The elders, the Lycans, and any who stand against us will fall. In the distance, the shadows of the elders' dark castle loomed, a reminder of the battles to come. But with his ranks now bolstered by these powerful new undead, the necromancer felt a surge of confidence. The sheer number and enhanced capabilities of his forces promised a shift in the power dynamics of the realm, potentially leading to an era dominated by the undead. The implications of this new development begin to ripple across the realm. Allies and enemies alike sense the change, and strategies are hastily redrawn. The supernatural factions will need to respond to this new threat, forging unlikely alliances and confronting internal betrayals, all in a desperate bid to survive in the ever-evolving game of gods and monsters. Will they unite to face this common enemy, or will the realm fracture further under the weight of its own divisions? Descent of darkness. The tranquility of the center camp was shattered by the urgent cries of a scout atop the lookout. "They're back!" he shouted, his voice laced with panic. "More of them!" The alarm bells rang out, piercing the relative calm of the morning and thrusting the camp into a state of emergency. Marco, peering through his binoculars, made a chilling observation that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. "Look at their eyes. They are like the ones from before," he said, noting the unnatural glow that seemed all too familiar. Alex's response was grim. "If they are, we could be in serious trouble here." The memories of their previous encounters with such formidable foes were fresh, and none were eager to relive those dark moments. Nina, ever decisive, knew what had to be done. "Prepare a full evacuation of this camp," she ordered, her voice resolute despite the rising dread. As they mobilized to evacuate, the newly risen undead smashed against the camp's defenses with terrifying force, ignoring the scarecrows and other diversions that had worked in the past. These undead, smarter, faster, and stronger, began demolishing the barriers. The guards, overwhelmed by the ferocity and resilience of their attackers, quickly fell under their relentless assault. Nothing seemed to stop these enhanced creatures. Their strength was amplified, and their durability surpassed anything the defenders had seen before. After a fierce, one-sided battle, Nina made the heart-wrenching decision to retreat. "Retreat!" she commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. Alex, Marco, Nina, Rebecca, and around 20 survivors managed to escape, though not without witnessing the fall of their camp to the supernatural undead. The fire in the eyes of their assailants showcased their sheer power, a chilling testament to the necromancer's success. "We'll need to hurry to the stronghold to warn whoever is there," Nina stated as they hurried away from the carnage. "We dare not stop. These undead are fast and inexhaustible." Back at the now defeated center camp, a chilling sight awaited any onlooker brave enough to witness it. The fallen, once comrades and friends, now rose with the same fiery glow in their eyes, joining the ranks of the newly summoned undead. This grotesque transformation of the dead into relentless warriors added a horrific new dimension to the necromancer's army. At the back of the ranks of this terrifying force, the necromancer stood, observing the devastation his creation wrought with a cold satisfaction. Lifting his arms towards the darkened skies, he shouted, "For you, my Lord Necros!" His declaration was not just a statement of allegiance, but a proclamation of the dark intent that had fueled the creation of this new undead army. As the survivors made their desperate journey to the stronghold, the stakes were higher than ever, with the gods momentarily out of action and Winter's fate uncertain. The realm's only hope lay in rallying its forces for a counterattack that could stem the tide of darkness unleashed by the necromancer's unholy ambition. Clash of shadows and bones. In the dimly lit chambers of the dark castle, Elder received unsettling news with a grimace. A scout from the Elders, out of breath and clearly shaken, rushed in with a dire report. "Their numbers are huge," he relayed with urgency. "The undead have overtaken a camp." Elder, frowning deeply, questioned the origins of this newfound strength among the undead. How did they get so numerous? He mused aloud, more to himself than anyone else. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the need for further inquiry with a wave of his hand. "No matter. We will squash them. Our shadow power will crush them. Send 10 of our best fighters to intercept these walking corpses," he commanded confidently. "Yes, Master," replied the scout, nodding quickly before disappearing to carry out the orders. Sometime later, 10 shadows moved with the speed of night, utilizing their ability to shift from shadow to shadow with supernatural speed. As they approached the undead legion, they prepared themselves for what had always been a routine tactic, moving as shadows among the undead, their mere presence deadly to the reanimated corpses. The undead horde, however, marched with an increased velocity, driven by the godly fire in their eyes that pushed them beyond ordinary limits. As the Elders launched their attack, expecting to easily dissipate through the ranks of undead, as they had done countless times before, they were met with an unexpected resistance. Instead of passing through, it was like colliding with a solid wall. Surprised and disoriented, the Elders fell to the ground. In an instant, the undead were upon them, tearing, biting and clawing with a ferocity and strength that was not just supernatural but divine. The undead overwhelmed the Elders. Within seconds, 4 of the Elders lay destroyed, their forms dissipating into the shadows from whence they came. The remaining 6 tried to retreat, panic setting in, as another 3 were destroyed in their desperate attempt to flee. Only 3 managed to escape, carrying with them the scars of their encounter and the shock of their brethren's demise. The scene was brutal and swift, highlighting the sheer power and relentless nature of the undead. The powerful elders, once feared and revered, lay defeated and scattered by an enemy that had evolved beyond their control. The undead, imbued with divine strength and an unholy resilience, showcased a frightening new reality for all inhabitants of the realm. Even the elders, with all their dark powers, were helpless against this enhanced menace. This devastating encounter served as a chilling reminder of the undead's capabilities and hinted at the dark potential of the necromancer's latest creations. As the three surviving elders returned to their stronghold, their report would sow seeds of fear and doubt among their ranks. The balance of power was shifting, and now every faction in the realm had to reckon with a new, formidable enemy that could very well dictate the fate of their world. Desperation and despair. "Impossible!" Eldor screamed as he slammed his fist down upon the ancient wooden table in the dimly lit war room. The impact echoed through the chamber as he was briefed on the new capabilities of the undead. An elder fighter, his face etched with fear, reported, "Their eyes? They burned with fire." "Fire?" Serana echoed, her voice tinged with disbelief. "They have help from their god. The gods are interfering once again," she concluded grimly. "And yet Nocturna cannot hear my pleas," Elder questioned bitterly, his frustration palpable as he grappled with the god's apparent abandonment. "They were too strong, too fast, and resistant to our shadow," the elder fighter added, shaking his head in dismay. Another elder chimed in, "And their numbers are huge, thousands." "Thousands." Elder barked out the word as if it were a curse. "With that many, nothing can stop them." "What about this winter?" Serana suddenly proposed, grasping at any straw that might offer them a chance. "Yes, Winter. He may be the only one who can," Elder agreed, a new resolve forming. "We need to find him." Meanwhile, Captain Knox and Captain Harris drove their convoy urgently back to the stronghold. As they navigated the rugged terrain, Captain Harris spotted a huge cloud of dust in the distance. "What's that up ahead?" he asked, squinting against the glare of the sun. As they drew closer, the source of the dust became horrifyingly clear. A massive horde of undead, marching at a terrifying speed. The ground shook under the relentless march of countless feet, kicking up clouds of dust that shrouded them in a grim haze. Before they could maneuver or prepare, the horde noticed them. With terrifying speed, the undead turned and charged the convoy. A horde of death, destroying anything in its path. The convoy spun around, the 10 vehicles maneuvering with practiced speed, but it was too little too late. Within moments, the undead swarmed over them, covering the vehicles like ants attacking a fallen fruit, tearing away the metal doors as if they were made of paper. The helplessness of the fighters was palpable as they struggled against the overwhelming force of the overpowered undead. Just 2 vehicles managed to escape, the 2 lead vehicles driven by Captains Knox and Harris. As they sped away from the carnage, Captain Knox turned to Harris, her expression grim. "We've seen these before, but we had silver weapons then. That caused them to become sluggish and easier to kill," she explained urgently. "We have no silver here," Captain Harris replied, his voice heavy with the weight of their dire situation. "If they reach the stronghold, everyone will die." The chapter ends with the 2 captains speeding towards the stronghold, desperation driving them as they face the very real possibility that they may be bringing the news of an unstoppable force directly to the last bastion of human resistance. The fear of what might come if they fail weighs heavily on them, driving them to push their vehicles and themselves to the limits. Desperation at the stronghold. The atmosphere at the stronghold was tense as Elena and Commander Harris surveyed the defenses, their expressions marked by concern. Any news on the convoy? Elena asked, her voice echoing slightly in the quiet of the early dawn. No, replied Commander Harris, shaking his head. Something feels off, Elena added, her intuition on high alert. We need those fighters back here. This place is vulnerable with the small number of fighters we have, Commander Harris stated, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. He was keenly aware of how thinly spread their defenses were, a fact that did nothing to ease his growing anxiety. Well, at least we have these, Elena said, holding up one of the strange tubes left by Winter. Her grip tightened as she pondered their uncertain future. How did he know the elders would betray us, and where is he now? She questioned aloud. Commander Lewis, who had been quietly listening, responded grimly, He knows more than any of us. To him, we are no more than ants fighting each other. He just decides who wins. His tone was bitter, reflecting a mix of respect and resentment towards Winter's enigmatic maneuvers. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a shout from a guard on the watchtower. The convoy is back. His voice was a mix of relief and urgency. Thank God, breathed Elena as she and Commander Harris rushed to meet them. What greeted them, however, was a somber sight. Only 2 vehicles returned, kicking up dust as they halted sharply within the stronghold gates. Knox and Harris climbed out of the vehicles, their faces etched with dread and exhaustion. The gravity of their expressions foretold the grim news before a word was spoken. Commander Harris approached them quickly. What happened? He demanded, looking between Knox and Harris for answers. Knox, her voice steady despite the clear strain, began to recount their harrowing experience. The undead. They've changed. They're not like before. They're faster, stronger, and they tore through our defenses as if they were nothing. Her report painted a vivid picture of the overwhelming power they had encountered. Harris added, They'll be here within 24 hours. They march at a supernatural speed, and nothing we did could slow them down. The implication of his words hung heavily in the air. A silence fell over the group as they processed the news. One of the younger officers, trying to grasp at any hope, suggested, Should we reinforce the walls? Commander Lewis, usually a man of action, shook his head. It would be pointless, he said gravely. This undead horde, with godly power, is too powerful. Nothing can stop them. His statement was not one of defeat, but a stark realization of the dire situation they faced. As they stood in the dim light of dawn, the stark reality set in. The stronghold, once a beacon of safety and resistance, now seemed little more than a fragile shell that could be shattered at any moment by the impending force. The commanders exchanged looks of grim resolve, understanding that their next steps might be their last stand. Unlikely allies. Alex, Nina, Marco, and Rebecca hastened towards the stronghold, vigilantly avoiding any encounters with the undead. We must not engage these undead, Alex stated firmly as they navigated the treacherous landscape. They are too strong. We would all be killed. As they moved closer to their destination, a sudden rustle from the trees caught their attention. Bursting forth at an incredible speed, a small group of undead, obviously left to ambush any stragglers, charged towards them. The small group of survivors looked on in horror, their hearts pounding in their chests. Stand and fight, Alex commanded, squaring his shoulders against the imminent threat. If we go down fighting, Marco added, his voice resolute. The group of now 8 hastily formed a defensive square, with Alex and Marco at the front, bracing for impact. Oh God, Nina whispered, the scene steeped in hopelessness and panic. The odds were overwhelmingly against them. The godly power of the undead meant almost certain death. Just as the undead were about to collide with the desperate survivors, a new force erupted into the fray. 10 Lycans sprang from seemingly nowhere, their arrival as sudden as it was savage. A fierce clash erupted. The battle was evenly matched at first, the undead strong and relentless, the Lycans fierce and primal. Then came the howl, the commanding, thunderous howl of the Alpha. Invigorating his pack, the Lycans seemed to draw ferocity from the earth itself, their attacks becoming more aggressive, more coordinated. Slowly the Lycans started to gain the upper hand, until more undead rushed from the surrounding woods. But the Alpha leapt into their path, his presence huge, powerful and primal. With relative ease, he dispatched the small number of undead, while the other Lycans finished up the rest of the group. As the dust settled and the Lycans gathered around their leader, the survivors exchanged worried glances. "From the frying pan," Rebecca muttered, eyeing the formidable beasts that now turned their attention towards them. In an incredible turn of events, the Lycans did not attack. The Alpha approached, his massive form looming over the group, his eyes burning with primal rage. Yet instead of attacking, he stopped short and held up a chrome mask, the Mask of Winter. Then he pointed towards the Lycan stronghold. Alex spoke up, his voice laced with urgency. "We need to save our friends. We cannot go that way." The Alpha held Winter's mask up in the air, almost like a symbol, and roared, a deep, resonating sound that filled the air. The other Lycans joined in this primal roar, creating a chorus that echoed through the forest. What did the Alpha know about Winter? Had Winter embedded some unknown knowledge into the Alpha? Something only they knew. Why didn't the Alpha convert the survivors into Lycans? These questions hung in the air as the survivors stood, caught between the remnants of their escape and the cryptic message of a Lycan leader who seemed to hold keys to mysteries even deeper than the ones they faced. The day had brought them an unexpected alliance, but it was clear that the journey ahead would be fraught with new challenges and revelations. The tide turns. The necromancer, Stephen Lestat, stood atop a hill, gazing down at the relentless march of his undead horde. A satisfied smile curled his lips as he muttered to himself, "We are unstoppable. We have surely won this game." The view of the human stronghold now lay just within sight, the final obstacle in his path to complete dominion. At the stronghold, the remaining survivors watched, with a mix of dread and resignation as the sea of undead approached. "It's over," Captain Harris whispered, the weight of defeat heavy in his voice. Behind the walls, the team hastily made plans to escape and retreat, knowing full well that their chances were slim and the stronghold would soon be overrun. Meanwhile, back at the Dark Castle, Eldor was deep in conversation with Serana when a scout burst in, his face pale with terror. "They're here," he gasped out, his words sending a chill through the room. Rushing to a vantage point, Eldor's gaze fell upon the massive wave of the necromancer's undead, their eyes burning with an unnatural, godly power. "What is this?" Eldor exclaimed, disbelief lacing his tone as he struggled to comprehend the scale of the undead force. How has their army grown so vast? "We cannot win this battle," Serana said, her voice a somber echo of Eldor's fear. "We must flee." "If we flee this castle, we lose," Eldor countered, desperation creeping into his voice as he faced the untenable situation. "If we stay, we die," Serana retorted sharply, her pragmatic survival instinct cutting through the despair. The undead horde advanced with a relentless, inexorable pace, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. As the elders watched, it became evident that the undead were not just maintaining their strength. They were growing stronger, each victim of their rampage rising to join their ranks. This exponential growth in power made them an unstoppable force, so potent that no other faction, human or supernatural, could hope to stand against them. The game, set into motion by the gods, seemed poised for a grim conclusion, dominated by the undead. This chilling realization settled over both the stronghold and the dark castle. The undead, once mere pawns in the larger game, had now become the masters of the board, guided by the necromancer's ruthless ambition and the dark blessings of the god Necros. As the stronghold prepared for a last, desperate flight, and the elders contemplated the unthinkable option of abandoning their ancient seat of power, the landscape of the realm shifted towards a dark new era, an era where no power could stand against the undead's might. The brink of desolation. At the Alpha's treetop stronghold, the situation had grown dire. From his vantage point, high among the ancient trees, the Alpha looked out over a vast, undulating sea of death. The undead, driven by the dark power of Necros, stretched across the horizon, their numbers far surpassing any threat the Lycans had faced before. This was not a small group that could be dispatched with swift, ferocious attacks. This was an overwhelming tide of darkness, each creature infused with supernatural strength, typically marked by fierce primal energy and readiness for battle. The Alpha now sat quietly, almost as if accepting the grim fate that awaited. However, in his grasp, he held the mask of winter, treating it not merely as a relic, but as a symbol, perhaps of hope or an unrevealed plan. This enigmatic behavior suggested that there might be more at play than mere resignation. The Alpha and Winter shared a bond unlike any other. Had Winter, before his apparent demise, foreseen this scenario and imparted knowledge of a final contingency to the Alpha? As the undead marched closer, their numbers swelling and their unholy vigor apparent, the question remained: how could a few Lycans hope to stop this advancing horde of death? The reality was stark. The Lycans could not match the undead in number or power. Across the realm, each stronghold braced for the end. The Necromancer, sensing the imminent victory of his undead legions, issued one last command with a triumphant cry, "For Necros!" At his words, the undead charged with renewed ferocity, a final push to obliterate all resistance. As the undead unleashed their full might, the scene was set for a catastrophic conclusion. The lands of the living stood on the precipice of annihilation, with seemingly no hope of reprieve. As the realm teeters on the edge of ruin, questions swirl like the dark winds that drive the undead forward. Have the undead finally won the game set by the gods? Does the Alpha know some hidden plan, or has he truly accepted his fate? With the forces of life dwindling and the shadows of death growing ever stronger, will anyone survive? Find out in episode 5 of Crimson Dawn, where the final chapters of this epic saga unfold. Will there be light after the dawn, or will the night reign eternal? Stay tuned for the thrilling continuation of a battle that will decide the fate of all who dwell within this haunted world.
Greetings, mortals. I am Necros, the god of the undead and the dark influence behind Stephen Lestat. Winter may have cheated me of my prize, but know this, all things come to an end, and when they do, they join my eternal flock. I see you've been watching the Crimson Dawn series. Wise choice, and do not forget to subscribe, or you may find yourself a part of my realm sooner than expected. Remember, no matter your faction, all paths lead to me in the end. Until then, enjoy the show, while you still can.
Chapter 1. Winter's Resurgence. The light was endless, an infinite expanse that would have overwhelmed any other, but Winter continued his eternal walk towards it. The gods had unleashed their most potent attacks in an attempt to destroy him. However, Winter, ever the strategist and innovator, had adapted his weapon to sample the very code of the gods' power. What was intended to destroy him was about to become his salvation. As he approached the blinding luminescence, he did something unprecedented. He stopped. Standing at the threshold of what seemed like eternity, he declared, "I am Winter, and I must leave this place." His mind, always calculating, had already foreseen this scenario. He was prepared for every possible outcome, his strategies laid out with meticulous precision. From this void, Winter began to extend his reach, connecting his essence to the realm of the gods. Small trails of light, barely visible to the mortal eye, began to search for the gods' hidden sanctum, the sacred place where they retreated to regain their power after their exertions in the mortal realm. Winter's essence, enhanced by his heightened cognitive abilities and the data harvested by his weapon before it was obliterated, scanned the entire realm in mere moments. He located the sanctum, a feat no other man or god had accomplished. With his target in sight and his objectives clear, Winter focused on the next phase of his plan. Using his newly acquired powers and the advanced instruments integrated into his weapon, he initiated the creation of a portal. This wasn't just any portal. It was a gateway that would breach the wall between the mortal realm and the sacred space of the gods. An enormous explosion of godly energy shattered the wall of reality as the portal stabilized. The fabric of the universe trembled at the audacity of a mortal transcending his boundaries. With a step that resonated with the force of destiny, Winter walked through the portal, emerging into the realm of the gods. The implications of his arrival were monumental. By entering the gods' domain, Winter challenged the fundamental laws that govern the balance between the divine and the mortal. This act was an affront to the gods, a defiance of the natural order, and it was sure to provoke a response of unprecedented magnitude. As Winter stepped into the sanctum, the air thick with divine energy and the quiet power of slumbering gods, he was ready. His actions were set to ripple across the realms, potentially reshaping the dynamics of power forever. His return was not just a rebirth, but a heralding of a new era, where the lines between God and man might blur into oblivion. What happens when a mortal challenges the divine on their own ground? What are the consequences of altering the fabric of reality? These questions hung in the air, charged with potential, as Winter stood ready to face whatever came next. His journey had taken him from a mere mortal to a player on the cosmic stage, and his game was far from over. Winter's Ascension. As Winter emerged from the portal, the fabric of his being was in flux, not yet fully formed. With a deliberate focus, he channeled his newfound powers to reassemble himself. Now cloaked in a deep red cloak and donning his familiar chrome mask, his new guise symbolized his transformation from a mere mortal to a being of significant power. "I have the power of the gods," he murmured to himself, his voice echoing slightly in the vast emptiness of the divine realm. "But I need more. I need the gods' energy." His thoughts briefly turned to his deeper motivation. "Mara, we shall soon be together again." As Winter advanced towards the slumbering gods, 3 ethereal images appeared before him, each one a sentinel, emanating from the gods' collective will. "You must not approach the gods, mortal," they warned in unison, their voices blending into a harmonic caution. Winter, undeterred, walked past these images without so much as a glance. His resolve was clear, and no spectral guardian would dissuade him from his path. Each god was located in a different part of this celestial realm, each ensconced in a stronghold that reflected their essence: the vampire god, the undead god, and the lichen god. "I require all of them," Winter declared, his voice resolute and unwavering. Scanning the horizon, Winter chose his first target, Necros, god of the undead. He began his trek across a desolate landscape, a land of the dead where bones and the bodies of the fallen lay in abundance. Each step crunched and crackled underfoot, the ground littered with the remnants of countless battles and forgotten tragedies. The terrain itself seemed to breathe desolation, with skeletal trees clawing at the sky, and a thick fog that curled around his ankles. As he walked, the air grew colder, and the light dimmed, as if the very atmosphere was tainted by the presence of death. This was Necros' domain, a testament to the god's reign over decay and demise. Up ahead, the sanctum of Necros loomed, a dark fortress that rose out of the barren landscape like a monument to desolation. Its towering walls were adorned with carvings of the undead, scenes of eternal unrest and sorrow etched into the stone. The gate, a massive structure of iron and bone, stood ajar, as if inviting Winter to enter. Winter paused for a moment before the gate, taking in the foreboding structure. His journey had led him to this point, a confrontation that was inevitable yet filled with unknowns. With each god housed in their sanctum, drawing on their energies would not be a simple task. However, Winter was no longer a simple man. He was something more, something that even the gods had not foreseen. As he stepped into the shadow of Necros' sanctum, his resolve hardened. This was the first of his confrontations, and he was prepared to claim the power he needed to achieve his ends. The fate of the realm, of Mara, and of himself would be decided in these encounters with the divine. Of the confrontation at Necros' sanctum. Winter stepped into the sanctum of Necros with an air of calculated resolve. The sanctum was a cavernous space filled with the essence of death and decay, manifesting the very core of Necros' power. Across from him, seated on a throne of bones and shadow, was Necros himself, the powerful god of the undead, his presence radiating an aura of formidable power. "You have chosen death, mortal. Here I am all-powerful," Necros declared, his voice echoing ominously throughout the sanctum. Winter, unfazed, took a seat across from him, his demeanor calm and his intentions clear. Winter began to explain, his voice steady and confident. "It was you, Necros, who have chosen the god's demise. I calculated that you would interfere in the game of the gods. This sparked enough of a disruption to help me regain my consciousness in the void. Had you not done this and played fair, you may have won. But unfortunately for you, I have manipulated you since day one." Necros, angered by Winter's revelation, rose from his throne, his form becoming a swirling mass of dark energy. "Nothing can survive death, mortal," he snarled, unleashing his most powerful attack, a torrent of necrotic energy that could obliterate anything it touched. Winter simply stood and absorbed the power Necros threw at him. The energy, dark and potent, seemed to flow into him, filling him with every ounce of divine strength Necros wielded. "Thank you. This is exactly what I needed," Winter said calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. With a small gesture of his hand, he unleashed a counterforce that was subtle yet devastating. The entire sanctum of Necros exploded in a spectacular display of light and shadow, every ounce of godly power absorbed by Winter in the process. Necros, caught in the backlash of his own unleashed power and the cunning counter of Winter, screamed, "No! Impossible! I am death! I cannot die!" But his words faded as he crumbled lifelessly to the floor, his reign ended by the very mortal he had deemed insignificant. "One down," Winter remarked coldly, as he now set his sights on the next god, the vampire god. His steps were measured and purposeful as he exited the remnants of Necros Sanctum, his power greatly augmented by the energy he had absorbed. The landscape of the divine was shifting, and Winter was the catalyst for this change. As he prepared to confront the next deity, Winter's strategy was clear. He would use the gods' own powers against them, turning their divine strengths into their ultimate weaknesses. The game of the gods was evolving into a battle for supremacy, with Winter positioning himself as a new kind of deity, one forged from the ambitions and failures of the old. The fall of Nocturna. Winter's journey across the land of the vampire god was like a descent into a nightmarish abyss. The landscape was grotesque, with blood-soaked grounds and bodies strewn across fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a parasitic land, where every plant and creature seemed to thrive on the corruption and decay of others. Vines with vein-like tendrils wrapped around the fallen, draining them of any residual essence, while the air was thick with the scent of iron and despair. Every step Winter took was accompanied by the squelch of blood-soaked earth, painting a horrifying tableau of Nocturna's dominion. Upon entering the sanctum of Nocturna, Winter was immediately confronted by the vampire god himself, who appeared as a tall, imposing figure, cloaked in shadows that seemed to drink the light from the room. "How dare you enter the sanctum of Nocturna?" the god boomed, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "No mortal may be here." Winter, unfazed by the grandeur or the wrath of the vampire god, looked directly at Nocturna. "You possibly had the highest chance to win this game, but I have been pulling the strings since day one. Now your only hope is to surrender," he stated calmly, his voice resolute amidst the oppressive aura of the sanctum. Enraged by the audacity and the calm demeanor of Winter, Nocturna's eyes burned with ancient fury. "I will drink your blood and your soul," he snarled, unleashing a devastating attack. Powerful shadows surged forward, extensions of Nocturna's will, designed to steal the very life from all things. These shadows had obliterated armies and swallowed entire villages in despair. But instead of harming Winter, the shadows seemed to be absorbed by him, drawn into his body as if fueling him further. Winter stood, unfazed by the onslaught, his figure becoming a conduit for the very power Nocturna wielded against him. Without a word, Winter raised his hand, channeling the absorbed energy into a counterforce. A massive explosion of godlike energy erupted, the backlash devastating everything in its wake. The sanctum, once a place of dark reverence, crumbled under the force, stone and shadow blasting outward. When the dust settled, Nocturna lay on the stone floor, his energy depleted, his form barely more than a husk of the powerful deity he once was. "One more," Winter said quietly, turning his attention away from the fallen vampire god. His confidence was unshaken, his mission clear. With each god he faced, he absorbed their strengths and made them his own, becoming something more than a god, a being forged in the crucible of divine power and mortal ingenuity. As Winter left the ruins of Nocturna's sanctum, the land itself seemed to mourn the fall of its god. The air grew colder, the blood-soaked earth beginning to freeze as if the very life of the land had been extinguished with its master. Winter's path now led to the final deity, the Lycan god, Lysanor, where the ultimate confrontation awaited. The convergence of power. Wasting no time after his confrontation with Nocturna, Winter continued his quest across a field that was a stark contrast to the lands of the other gods. Here, in the domain of Lysanor, the grass was lush and green, and the vegetation thrived, an embodiment of nature and life itself. This landscape was vibrant and full of energy, reflecting Lysanor's essence as the deity of life and nature. As Winter approached Lysanor's sanctum, the air grew richer, filled with the earthy scent of growing things and the vibrant hum of life. The sanctum itself was integrated seamlessly into its surroundings, with walls covered in climbing vines and openings that allowed light and air to circulate freely, blurring the lines between the built environment and the natural world. Upon entering the sanctum, Winter was immediately greeted by Lysanor himself. Unlike the hostile receptions he had encountered from the other gods, Lysanor's demeanor was calm and welcoming. "Welcome, Simon," Lysanor said, his voice resonating with a deep connection to the earth. "I have foreseen this day." "Indeed," Winter replied, his tone acknowledging the inevitability of their meeting. "It seems my lichens have some type of bond with you," Lysanor continued, his eyes searching Winter's. "Your lichen?" Winter questioned, his expression hardening slightly. "If it were not for me, they would all be dead now. You left a cub alone when you could have aided him," Winter accused, his voice tinged with reproach. "Yes, but I had foreseen your intervention, Simon. I knew what must happen. None of us could be trusted to restore the world as it was, not even me. But you have a drive that exceeds petty greed or the need to win," Lysanor explained, his gaze intense and earnest. "Will you restore the world as it was, or make a better one without the gods?" Lysanor posed the question not as a challenge, but as an inquiry into Winter's intentions. Winter, momentarily pausing at the gravity of Lysanor's words, responded not to the philosophical inquiry, but to the immediate task at hand. "Are you ready?" he asked simply, his mind already moving towards the conclusion of their encounter. "Yes, but there is no need for dramatics. Take my hand, and my power is yours," Lysanor offered, extending his hand in a gesture of surrender and trust. Winter reached out and grasped Lysanor's hand. Within moments, a surge of power flowed from Lysanor to Winter, a transfer so profound and complete that it seemed to dim the very light of the sanctum. All of Lysanor's power, the essence of life and nature, was now integrated into Winter's being. With the power of all three gods now his, Winter stood amidst the sanctum, the sole arbiter of immense divine abilities. The gods lay defeated, their powers absorbed by a mortal who had transcended his limitations. Winter now possessed enough power to restore reality, or to shape it anew, according to his vision and will. As he left the sanctum, stepping back into the vibrant field, Winter contemplated his next steps. With the fate of multiple realms in his hands, the choices he made next would define the future of all existence. The question now was not just what he could do, but what he should do with the unprecedented power at his command. The final act. "It is done, Mara. Inevitable," Winter murmured softly, his voice a mixture of resolve and weariness. The conquest and absorption of the gods' powers had culminated in this moment, yet Winter knew his journey was not yet complete. "But there is one more thing I must do," he acknowledged, understanding the full weight of his next actions. Transforming his appearance from the godly visage he had adopted in the Divine realm, Winter reshaped his image to one more suited for the mortal world. He needed to blend in, if only for a moment, to complete what he started, without drawing undue attention from the remnants of the realm's inhabitants. Summoning the combined powers of the gods, Winter created a portal from the godly sanctum directly into the realm the gods had created. The energies warped around him, bending and twisting as he stepped through, moving through reality itself. The portal was a conduit through the very fabric of existence, a path that led him back to where it all began. Emerging onto a battlefield, Winter found himself in the midst of chaos. Hundreds of undead assaulted the stronghold of the Lycans, their relentless siege marking the desperation of their final push. The undead rushed by Winter as if he were invisible, his presence too advanced, too alien for them to even recognize or comprehend. From his vantage point, Winter could see the stronghold below. His eyes then caught the Alpha, whose expression was one of resignation and completion, perhaps sensing the end of all things. Behind Winter's mask, what remained of his humanity allowed himself a small, sad smile. This creature, this Alpha, had shown resilience and bravery, traits Winter once admired in his own kind. With a mere gesture, informed by a resolve to end the suffering and chaos once and for all, Winter unleashed a devastating wave of power. The entire Lycan stronghold and every undead surrounding it were obliterated in a massive explosion that shook the very ground they stood on. Simultaneously, across the realm, the Dark Castle, the Bone Castle, and all the human strongholds and camps suffered the same fate. An all-encompassing burst of godly energy eradicated every structure, every life, and every remnant of the conflict that had plagued this realm. Nothing remained. Not a single being, living or dead, survived the purge. Only Winter. As the dust settled and silence overtook the realm, Winter stood alone amidst the ruins of a world he had effectively reset. The powers of the gods, combined with his own vision and determination, had allowed him to enact a cleansing so thorough, so absolute, that no trace of the former chaos remained. Now the realm was a blank canvas, waiting for a new reality to be drawn. Winter contemplated his next steps, the burden of his actions heavy on his soul. He had the power to reshape worlds, to redefine existence, but at what cost? As he looked around at the emptiness he created, the scope of his decisions weighed heavily upon him. The future was his to mold, but the path forward was unclear, laden with the responsibility of his newfound omnipotence. Rebirth of reality. With the remnants of the old world fading into oblivion around him, Winter focused his entire cognitive ability and every ounce of the godly power he had assimilated. His goal was clear: to erase what remained of this corrupted reality and reconstruct it anew. This was not merely an act of power, but a profound responsibility that he bore alone. From the inky blackness that enveloped everything, a new reality began to take shape. It was the reality as it had been before the gods' interference, pure and untouched by the chaos and destruction that had followed. The stars twinkled into existence one by one, and the universe around the world began to shine anew. Piece by piece, the world was reborn, each element meticulously restored to its pristine state. This monumental task stretched what might have been centuries in any normal understanding of time. But here, in the flux of creation, time was a malleable concept. Finally, as the last fragment of reality clicked into place, completing the grand tapestry of the universe, Winter collapsed, utterly exhausted. The godlike powers and essences he had harnessed were all consumed in the Herculean effort of rebirthing reality. His body felt heavy, his mind overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had accomplished. Lying on the newly formed ground, Winter's breathing was heavy, his eyes staring up at the clear blue sky he had restored. For the first time since embarking on this path of manipulation and power, he questioned his actions. "Did it work?" he murmured, his voice a mere whisper against the gentle breeze. Then, breaking the silence that surrounded him, a familiar female voice reached his ears, soft, yet filled with emotion. "Simon, where have you been?" The simplicity of the question, so normal and yet so poignant, struck him deeply. It was Mara's voice, the voice he had longed to hear through all the chaos and destruction, the voice that had driven him to the edge of divinity and back. Her presence confirmed that his efforts had not been in vain. The reality he had strived to restore was not just a replica of the past. It was a continuation, a true resurrection of the world they had lost. As he turned towards the sound of her voice, his heart, which had been weighed down by the burdens of godhood, felt lighter. Mara was here, real and alive in the new world he had recreated. Winter rose to his feet, his fatigue momentarily forgotten, replaced by a rush of relief and joy. The questions and doubts that had clouded his mind faded as he stepped towards Mara, ready to embrace the life he had fought so hard to return to. The world around them was pristine and peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had preceded its rebirth. Winter had not only restored the world, but perhaps in doing so had found his own redemption. As he approached Mara, each step was a step back into the life he had once known, away from the divine conflicts and cosmic battles. Here, in the quiet reality he had resurrected, Simon Winter could finally come home.
Greetings, mortals. I am Elder, the leader of the Elders and master of the Crimson Dawn. Your presence here is both amusing and anticipated. It's always a delight to see fresh faces and familiar ones alike, drawn to our shadowy dance. Thank you for watching the Crimson Dawn series. Your support and viewership feed our unholy cause, and for that you have my begrudging appreciation. But don't let your enthusiasm falter here. Subscribe and ensure you don't miss a single drop of the darkness that flows from our tale. Remember, my dear viewers, an elder is eternal. We thrive in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. We will win, eventually. For my God, I say. But let's be honest. The prize of the gods is far too tempting to share. Join us, stay with us, and witness our rise. Because in the end, the night belongs to the elders, and your blood will sing for us.
Chapter 1. A New Dawn. Simon Winter and Mara sat together in their rekindled world, their days and nights filled with joy and love, a stark contrast to the chaos and destruction that had once threatened their existence. The world around them continued as it had before the apocalypse, seemingly untouched by the catastrophic events that Simon had navigated through realities to undo. Birds chirped in the morning. The sun rose and set with comforting regularity, and life in all its mundane and miraculous forms flourished. Simon, now free from the burdens of godlike powers and cosmic battles, found a profound joy in simply being with Mara. His heart, which had once been consumed by the necessity of survival and the heavy responsibilities of power, now reveled in the peace that his actions had restored. Every moment with Mara was a reminder of what he had fought for, and why every sacrifice had been worth it. However, as they sat overlooking a serene landscape from their porch one quiet evening, a thoughtful expression crossed Simon's face. Mara noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor her intuitive gaze meeting his. "What is it, Simon?" she asked gently, her hand finding his. Simon took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting the weight of secrets he had yet to share. "Mara, there's something I need to tell you about," he began, his voice steady but filled with the gravity of his experiences. "The peace we're enjoying now, it almost didn't happen. There was an apocalypse in an alternate reality, one where a Lycan curse set everything into motion." Mara listened intently as Simon explained the intricate details of the alternate reality. The rise of supernatural factions, the wars between gods, and how it all traced back to the curse of a single Lycan bite. The tale was fantastical, yet imbued with a truth that only Simon could impart, having lived through it all. "And it all started from the curse of a single bite," Simon reiterated, his gaze distant as he remembered the trials he had faced. "I've already put plans in place to make sure this does not happen again in our reality. We have a chance to prevent any such future from unfolding here." Mara nodded, her trust in Simon unwavering. "What do you need to do, Simon?" she asked, ready to support him in whatever came next. Simon turned to her, his resolve clear in his eyes. "I need to go somewhere to rescue an old friend, someone who was pivotal in more ways than one in stopping the chaos. The Alpha," he disclosed, referring to the Lycan leader he had raised and who had stood by him through thick and thin in the alternate reality. Mara understood the importance of this mission, not just to Simon, but to ensuring the continued stability of their world. "Then we'll do this together," she said, her voice filled with determination. As they planned their next steps, Simon felt a renewed sense of purpose. The task ahead was not just a rescue mission, but a preventive strike against potential threats to their restored peace. Together, Simon and Mara prepared to step out into the world, not as survivors of a dark past, but as architects of a hopeful future. The guardian of the curse. In the flickering candlelight of their ancestral home, the Graham family gathered around an old wooden table, their voices low as they murmured an ancient protection prayer. Passed down through generations, this prayer was a solemn ritual, one meant to safeguard them and the world from the curse they were bound to guard. Outside, the storm raged fiercely, lightning flashing across the sky, each burst momentarily revealing the sinister silhouette of the creature chained in the cellar below. With each flash, the creature rattled its chains, a haunting sound that spoke of centuries-old fury and desperation for release. Upstairs, the Grahams continued their prayers, the atmosphere thick with a mix of fear and duty. John, the head of the family, felt the weight of his ancestors' legacy heavily upon his shoulders. They were the protectors, tasked with keeping the beast locked away in the cellar, a beast that had once terrorized the land until it was subdued and bound by powerful magic. Suddenly, a knock at the door sliced through the storm's howl, startling the family. John approached the door cautiously, his heart pounding. On the doorstep stood a stranger, his clothes drenched, his eyes pleading for refuge from the storm. After a moment's hesitation, driven by the ingrained duty to protect the secret within their home, John refused the man entry and slammed the door in his face. The rejected stranger, Tom, scanned the Graham family's grounds for any other shelter from the unforgiving storm. He spotted an old tool shed and made his way towards it, hoping for at least a dry place to rest for the night. As Tom settled into the cramped space, trying to make himself comfortable among the musty smells and garden tools, a peculiar noise caught his attention. It sounded like chains, followed by a dog-like whimper. Curious and concerned, Tom stepped out into the rain, following the sounds to a small opening at the side of the house. The growling and the clashing of chains grew louder as he approached. "I'll help you, boy," Tom called out softly, thinking perhaps a dog had been left out in the storm. Just as he was about to reach his hand into the opening, a voice stopped him cold. "I would not do that if I were you." Tom jerked his head up, and in the brief illumination from a lightning strike, he saw the dark outline of a man standing near him, his face obscured by a chrome mask. The mask shimmered eerily under the storm's intermittent lighting, giving the man an otherworldly appearance. Frightened by the sudden appearance and the chilling warning, Tom scrambled back, his heart racing. Without a second glance, he ran off into the night, the image of the masked man etched into his memory, a stark reminder that some shelters are far more dangerous than the storms they protect us from. The release. Inside the ancient home of the Graham family, the continuous chanting of prayers created a soothing rhythm that echoed through the walls, calming the beast trapped in the cellar. These prayers, passed from father to son over centuries, held the power to pacify the primal rage of the creature below. As John Graham led his family in the ritual, there came another knock at the door. Annoyed and thinking it was the stranger from before, John initially ignored it. However, the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent. Finally, the door swung open. A man wearing a chrome mask stepped into the threshold of the ancient home. John's instinctual fear erupted into a scream. "You must leave here." "No," the masked man, Winter, responded firmly. "I have come to relieve you of your burden. You are no longer the keepers of the Alpha. I am." Without waiting for permission, Winter moved decisively towards the cellar. John instinctively reached out to stop him, but found himself frozen mid-step, immobilized by Winter's supernatural influence. Outside, the sky growled with thunder, and lightning flashed, mirroring the tension inside the house. As Winter began to unbolt the heavy cellar door, the roar and growls from behind it reverberated off the stone walls. He stepped inside, and a single flash of lightning briefly illuminated the creature's face. A primal, huge, powerful werewolf capable of tearing any man apart. It pulled at its chains aggressively as it roared at Winter, its primal rage driving it to attack. "Hello, old friend," Winter said calmly, his voice cutting through the growls. At his words, the Alpha's rage began to subside. This creature was not merely the Alpha from the lore of the Graham family. It was the Alpha Winter had raised from a cub in an alternate reality. Somehow, Winter had replaced the original Alpha with this one when reconstructing the world. Approaching the beast, Winter reached out and embraced it. The Alpha, every fiber of its being screaming to tear this man apart, instead hesitated, then reciprocated the embrace. Deep within its mind lay buried memories of Winter, memories of a father figure who had nurtured and protected it. This connection, forged in another reality, had transcended worlds, bringing with it a profound bond. As they stood there, man and beast locked in an unlikely embrace, the Graham family watched in stunned silence from the top of the cellar steps. The centuries-old burden of guarding the Alpha was lifted, and a new chapter began. Not just for them, but for the Alpha and Winter as well. This moment marked a turning point, a resolution of past curses, and the beginning of a reconciliation between what had once been and what could now be. Winter, having restored his friend and confidant, now faced the task of integrating the Alpha into this new, peaceful reality, ensuring that the horrors of the past would never re-emerge. Shadows of New Orleans. In the sultry darkness of New Orleans, a shadow moved with supernatural grace, slipping through the night like a whisper of smoke. It climbed skillfully up a wall to an open window, entering the quiet room with a predatory silence. Inside, a young man lay sleeping alone in his bed, unaware of the danger that had just permeated his sanctuary. The shadow materialized into a more defined form, Serana. With a swift, fluid motion, she gorged herself on her latest victim, the life draining from him unnoticed in the deep slumber of the night. Satisfied, Serana slipped out of the home, her shadowy figure merging effortlessly with the surrounding darkness. She made her way back to her home, a private estate nestled miles away from any neighbors, a haven where she could relax and feel secure in her solitude. As she arrived at her sanctuary, a voice broke the silence, sending a chill through the air. "So, this is where you came from," murmured a voice from the shadows. Startled, Serana's eyes narrowed, and her fangs bared instinctively in anticipation of an attack. From the darkness emerged a figure, Elder. His presence was as commanding as it was unexpected. "Who are you? Are we enemies?" Serana demanded, her stance defensive, yet poised for any necessary confrontation. "Enemies? We are the best of friends," Elder replied, his voice carrying a calm assurance that contrasted sharply with the tension of the moment. Recognizing the need to clarify his unexpected appearance, Elder quickly relayed his story. "I was trapped in the ice, chased there many years ago, my fate to be released many years from now. Then, he, Nocturna, spoke to me. He awakened me. He told me how we had been wronged, and he needed me." Elder's revelation hinted at a deeper narrative, one of betrayal and revival. "Then I remembered," he continued, "and my first thought was of you." His words hung in the air, filled with a mix of nostalgia and unresolved tension. Serana, though initially taken aback by the sudden intrusion, began to lower her guard as the familiarity of Eldor's presence and their shared past came rushing back. The realization that they were both manipulated and now potentially allies in a new reality prompted a cautious reevaluation of her stance. Their reunion, under the eerie glow of the moonlight filtering through the branches of ancient oaks, marked the beginning of a new chapter. As they stood in the quiet of Serana's estate, the night whispered of old bonds rekindled and new paths to be forged. Elder and Serana, once key players in a cosmic game manipulated by higher powers, now found themselves as potential collaborators in a world that had dramatically shifted around them. Together, they would need to navigate this new existence, understanding their roles and the potential alliances and enemies that lay in wait. The night in New Orleans had brought them back together, but the dawn might bring new challenges and opportunities as they sought to understand their place in this reshaped reality. The ritual of remembrance. In the seclusion of Serana's private estate, under the cloak of night, Elder prepared to perform a ritual, one steeped in ancient magic and secrecy. He arranged the necessary artifacts in a precise formation around Serana, who sat calmly, her eyes closed in anticipation. Elder began chanting in a low, resonant voice, his words weaving through the air like threads of an unseen tapestry. As the ritual progressed, a soft luminescence enveloped Serana, the light flickering with each syllable Elder pronounced. The energy in the room grew thick, almost palpable, as the boundaries between past and present blurred. Serana's mind was guided by the ritual's power, journeying back to the alternate realm where battles were fought in a cosmic game orchestrated by gods. When the ritual concluded, Serana's eyes snapped open, a flood of lost memories now restored. Her expression shifted from tranquility to shock, and then to a profound realization. "We lost," she said slowly, the weight of the memories pressing down on her. "No, my dear, they cheated," Elder responded with a slight smile, his voice carrying both reassurance and a hint of manipulation. But Winter returned this reality as it was, which means Nocturna is with us. Winter had the choice to rebuild this reality without the gods, but for some reason he chose to bring them back, which means we still have a chance to win. Eldur's words were calculated, aimed at rekindling a fire of ambition within Serana. We can gather the Elders and take this world before any of the others realize what transpired. Technically, no god won, so the prize is still up for grabs, he explained, his plan unfolding with each word. And what of Winter? Serana asked, her tone laced with a mix of concern and curiosity. The memories of Winter's power and his decisive actions in the alternate realm were fresh in her mind. He has given up his power. He no longer possesses the power of the gods, Eldur informed her, his voice tinged with a satisfaction that did not go unnoticed. The implication was clear. Without Winter's godlike abilities, he was no longer a direct threat to their ambitions. Serana absorbed this information, her mind racing with the possibilities now open to them. The game was still on, the board reset, but the players modified, with Eldur's guidance, and the knowledge of what had been and what could yet be. Together, Eldur and Serana began to plot their next moves. The night's revelations had not only restored lost memories, but had also reawakened a strategic cunning in Serana, one that would be necessary in the days to come. As dawn approached, the pair were already deep in discussions, plotting to rally the Elders and reassess their allies and enemies in this familiar yet entirely new world. Their conversation continued into the early hours, under the same stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of gods and men in countless realities. For Eldur and Serana, this was more than a second chance. It was an opportunity to rewrite the end of their story. The whisper of Nekros. In the sterile environment of his laboratory, filled with the hum of machinery and the faint chemical scent of progress, Stephen Lestat was engrossed in his latest series of experiments. His focus was on gene technology and biological research, areas where he had hoped to push the boundaries of science. The lab was a sanctuary of intellect and curiosity, a place detached from the supernatural chaos that had once consumed the world. "Stephen," a voice suddenly erupted from the darkness, causing Stephen to jerk upright, his eyes scanning the shadowy corners of the lab. "Who said that?" he demanded, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet space. "It is I, Nekros," the voice returned, more pronounced this time, as if it were emanating from the very walls around him. "Nekros? Who is that?" Stephen asked, his confusion apparent. The name felt foreign, yet vaguely resonant, as if it were a forgotten dream surfacing in his consciousness. "Do not be alarmed," the voice continued, its tone both commanding and eerily soothing. "Soon I shall return you to your glorious self, but first you must continue your experiments on the reincarnation of dead tissue. It is not as hopeless as you once thought. Now you have me to aid you." Stephen, ever the scientist, was momentarily puzzled by the mention of returning to his glorious self, but the promise of advancing his research intrigued him more than the mysterious origins of the voice. His scientific mind buzzed with questions about the methods and possibilities, rather than the ethics or the strange nature of this unseen guide. Intrigued by the potential of what Nekros suggested, Stephen's thoughts quickly turned to the technical challenges of reanimating dead tissue. The concept wasn't new to him. It was a frontier he had dabbled in, bordered by the fine lines between genius and madness. Yet, now instilled with new knowledge and insight from Nekros, Stephen felt a renewed vigor to pursue this avenue. He began to draft plans for a virus, one intricately designed to reanimate dead tissue. This virus would be his masterpiece, a creation that could blur the lines between life and death. The more he delved into the work, the more consumed he became. Necros' voice continued to guide him, providing insights that no ordinary scientist could have imagined, insights that seemed to echo from an otherworldly understanding of biology and physics. As Stephen worked, the lab around him seemed to grow darker, the shadows deeper. The world outside the lab felt increasingly distant, as if Stephen were moving further away from reality and deeper into a realm where only his experiments and the voice of Necros existed. He was lost in the knowledge being imparted to him, his every waking moment devoted to the creation of the virus. Little did Stephen know, his work, spurred by Necros' whisperings, was setting the stage for something far beyond ordinary scientific discovery. This virus, fueled by the dark intentions of a resurrected god, could potentially unleash consequences that Stephen had not yet begun to comprehend. As he toiled in his lab, the boundary between helper and manipulator blurred, with Necros shaping a future that could once again alter the fabric of reality. Bonds beyond realities. Winter sat with Mara in his private retreat, a secluded villa nestled away from the nearest town, a place of peace and quiet reflection. He looked at her with a soft expression, his voice gentle yet filled with excitement. "Come, Mara, I want you to meet him," he said. "Is it safe, Simon?" Mara asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Yes, my love. He means so much to me. He was the one thing that kept my humanity intact in that other place. Without him, I would have lost all compassion and empathy, drifting into a world governed solely by logic," Simon explained, his words revealing the deep emotional bond he shared with this unseen presence. On Winter's estate stood a unique building, den-like in structure, blending naturally into the surrounding wilderness. Mara followed Simon as they entered the building. Inside, Simon gave a whistle, and in response, a powerful roar echoed back, vibrating through the air. They walked deeper into the darkness of the den. Suddenly, from out of the shadows, a giant beast leapt forward and pinned Winter to the ground. Mara screamed in fear, but her panic turned to surprise as Winter laughed, his voice filled with joy. "You big furball," he chuckled. The Alpha, recognizing its old friend, let Winter up and nudged him affectionately with its massive head. Mara stood back a moment, taking in the sight of the formidable creature. "My goodness, you are as majestic as Simon said," she remarked, awe colouring her tone. The Alpha raised its head, almost as if showing pride. Winter laughed. "Don't tell him that. He'll get a big head." He then turned to Mara, introducing the two. "This is Mara. Mara, this is..." He paused, realizing he never really had a name for the Alpha. "This is my son," he finally said. Mara looked at Winter and then at the Alpha, her initial fear replaced by a warm smile of understanding. The Alpha, ferocious, primal, and huge, yet here, was gentle and protective, nudged Winter again as if to acknowledge the introduction. Then, Winter's expression turned somber, a heavy heart evident in his eyes. "Will you feel it too, old friend?" he said softly to the Alpha. He turned to Mara, explaining the weight of his choices in reforming this reality. "When I reformed this reality, I had the choice to remove the gods once and for all, to eradicate the evil of this world, but doing so would have also removed their creations, the elders, the undead, and the lichens." He sighed deeply, his gaze shifting between Mara and the Alpha. "No matter how much I desired a perfect world, it couldn't truly be perfect without him." He gestured towards the Alpha. "So now, I stand with you both, and we shall face what comes to us together. And rest assured, it's coming." Mara reached out, taking Winter's hand, her eyes filled with a new understanding and resolve. Together, with the Alpha by their side, they prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. united by bonds that transcended worlds and realities. The prelude to unrest, as the serene twilight enveloped Winter's villa, casting long shadows over the peaceful landscape. The tranquility of this idyllic scene belied the brewing storm. The world, freshly sculpted by Winter's hand, balanced precariously on the edge of a knife, with old powers awakening and new alliances forming in the shadows. Hidden in the folds of darkness, the elders, led by Elder and Serana, are regrouping. With memories of past manipulations and battles fresh in their minds, they plot to reclaim their influence. Their ancient knowledge and supernatural prowess position them as formidable players in the unfolding saga. As they marshal their forces, the question remains: will their renewed presence stabilize the realm, or will it plunge it back into chaos? In a lab shrouded in secrecy, Stephen Lestat delves deeper into the realms of science and the supernatural. Guided by the whispers of Necros, he edges closer to a breakthrough that could redefine life and death. The undead, once mere pawns in a larger game, might soon rise anew under his command. Will his creations be the harbingers of salvation or agents of destruction? Now free from the chains of his past, the Alpha stands beside Winter and Mara, a symbol of strength and resilience. But as the world shifts around him, his primal instincts and deep-seated loyalty will be tested. How will the Alpha navigate this new reality, where the lines between friend and foe blur, and every shadow could hide a threat? Together, Mara and Winter face the future, their bond forged through trials in twisted realities. As the architects of this new world, they must decide how to protect their creation without falling into the traps of their predecessors. With enemies at the gate and the fabric of reality at stake, their choices will determine the fate of all. As the curtain rises on the next chapter of Crimson Dawn, one question looms large. Will the world once again be overrun by the machinations of the supernatural, or will the efforts of Winter, Mara, and their allies maintain the fragile peace they fought so hard to achieve? Stay tuned for Part 7, where ancient forces collide with modern resolve in a battle to shape the destiny of the realm. The adventure continues, and the realm waits with bated breath to see if the dawn will bring light, or if the crimson shadows will engulf the world once more.
Greetings, mortal. It's Serana. I do hope you have been enjoying Crimson Dawn and are looking forward to me and Elder finally gaining victory. We are, of course, the most powerful. Lycan, undead, humans, and even Winter will fall before us. So, look out for future episodes coming soon. And don't forget to subscribe to the Professor Shadow channel. Unless you want a visit from me, in the night. In the meantime, check out this other video by Professor Shadow.
In the dim light of a secluded room, Elder sat across from Serana, their faces cast in shadows as they plotted their next move in the intricate game of power that spanned centuries. We need to find the Elders. They are the key to winning back the prize, Elder stated, his voice low and urgent. Serana, her expression thoughtful. held up an old hand-drawn image of an ancient elder. "What about him?" she asked, tapping the parchment lightly. Elder took the image, studying the face of the elder depicted. "Him," he muttered. "He's a strange one. I knew him a few hundred years ago. Had some type of morals about who he fed off. He is powerful and would be a huge asset, but we must tread with caution." "What of the sage?" Serana inquired, her tone laced with concern and curiosity. Elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a shadow of a plan forming behind his gaze. "Let me deal with the sage," he replied, a hint of a sinister undertone in his voice. Meanwhile, in a town far from the ancient strategists, a con man named Bill pulled up at a convenience store late at night. Inside the car, he leaned over to his passenger, a young woman with an expectant look. "I just got to grab something from the store. We need to celebrate tonight." He grinned, his voice dripping with unearned triumph. "I managed to convince some old couple to give me their details, and we grabbed all their savings, so it's champagne tonight." As Bill entered the store, the automatic doors sliding shut behind him, he noticed an unusual stillness. The usually bustling place was eerily silent, and as he walked towards the cashier's desk, he found it unattended. Just as he called out to see if anyone was there, the lights flickered and went out. The darkness enveloped him, and a chill ran down his spine. Bill's initial irritation turned to fear, and he quickly turned to leave, but as he neared the exit, a figure materialized from the shadows. It was an ancient, parasitic-looking man, his skin like weathered leather, his eyes deep and knowing. "Good evening, Bill," said the elder, his voice calm, yet carrying an ominous tone. "I hear you're in the mood for a celebration." "Me too." Without another word, the elder lunged forward, biting deep into Bill's throat, and gorging himself on the crimson life force. After a moment, the elder stepped back, wiping his mouth. He turned to leave, then paused, glancing back at the limp form of Bill. He spoke, his voice now reflective, imbued with a philosophy that seemed at odds with his actions. "One must live by mutual trade, rather than taking more than one produces and stealing from others," he mused aloud, his tone almost instructive. Then, stepping into a sliver of light filtering through a window, the elder's face became fully visible for the first time. It was Eldritch, the ancient vampire, his features sharp and his presence imposing. His eyes glinted with the wisdom of ages and the weight of a moral code that, while twisted by his nature, still held a form of honor. As Eldritch vanished into the night, his departure left a trail of questions and implications. His return to this reality signaled a shift in the balance of power, a revival of old blood with old beliefs, and perhaps a new chapter in the eternal saga of Crimson Dawn. Serana found herself waiting in Eldritch's safe house, a forgotten crypt beneath the bustling streets of London. The place was hidden from the eyes of the world, a relic of the past that had seen centuries pass it by. She wandered around the dimly lit room, her fingers trailing over dust-covered surfaces. As she wiped her hand on her coat, she muttered, "Filthy," with a look of distaste. In that moment, a sudden chill swept through the room. Shadowy hands gripped her throat from behind, the shadow energy powerful and overwhelming. Serana struggled, but the force was too much for her to break free. "You have 10 seconds to explain why you're here, or I'm ending you." A voice hissed menacingly in her ear. It was Eldritch, his presence as formidable as the legends suggested. "I come in peace," Serana choked out, gasping for air as the grip around her neck tightened. Eldritch released her abruptly, and Serana stumbled forward, coughing and clutching her throat. "Don't you know, never to enter an elder's sanctum uninvited?" Eldritch scolded, his tone sharp as the edges of a knife. "Now get to the point. I'm busy." Gathering her composure, Serana quickly pleaded her case, explaining why Eldritch should join Eldur and the growing assembly of elders. Her words spilled out in urgency, portraying Eldur's vision of reclaimed glory and power. Eldritch laughed, a deep, resonating sound that echoed off the stone walls. Eldur, is he still alive? He was a clumsy whelp, always trying to be something he was not, he remarked dismissively. Eldritch made it clear that he had no interest in joining their ranks now or ever. He continued, his voice firm and his stance unyielding. The use of force to bend others to your will is against my beliefs. To live by compelling others, to use force to achieve what should be done through reason and mutual benefit, is to deny the very essence of our existence. Serana listened, her hope diminishing with each word. Eldritch's refusal was final, rooted in a deep-seated philosophy that rejected manipulation and coercion. "Let me be clear," Eldritch said, stepping closer, his eyes piercing into hers. "You have 10 seconds to leave or perish. Choose wisely." Fear took hold of Serana as the gravity of the situation became apparent. With no other choice, she turned and hurriedly left the crypt, the echo of her footsteps a stark reminder of Eldritch's ominous warning. As she emerged into the London night, the cold air felt like a reprieve from the oppressive atmosphere of the crypt, but the rejection stung deeply. Eldritch's words lingered in her mind, a stark philosophy that contrasted sharply with the path she and Eldur were trying to walk. Her mission had failed, and she knew the implications would not be taken lightly by Eldur. "Eldur, leader, ha!" Eldritch scoffed, his voice echoing in the now empty crypt. The idea seemed almost laughable to him. An ancient vampire who had seen leaders rise and fall, each one often less impressive than the last. He paced the length of his sanctum, his steps silent on the cold stone floor, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Despite his dismissive attitude towards Eldur, Serana's words about the reset of reality and the one called winter lingered in his mind. The notion that reality had been reshaped was no small matter, and the individual responsible for such a monumental act warranted attention. "He sounds interesting," Eldritch murmured to himself, the intrigue clear in his voice. The concept of someone having the power and audacity to reset reality was fascinating, and not something Eldritch could simply ignore. "I will have to find out more," he decided, his centuries-old curiosity piqued like it hadn't been in decades. Eldritch moved back to his desk, littered with ancient text and modern technology alike, a testament to his long life and adaptability. He powered up a device, its screen flickering to life in the dim lighting of the crypt. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he began to search for any traces of information about this mysterious winter. Who was he? What had driven him to reset reality? And more importantly, what were his intentions now? The crypt, filled with the soft glow of the computer screen, became a place of deep concentration as Eldritch delved into the digital world. His search was methodical and thorough, pulling from obscure databases, news archives, and even the dark corners of hidden forums. Information about winter was scarce, but each piece was a puzzle that Eldritch was determined to solve. As the night deepened outside, Eldritch's intrigue grew. The implications of winter's actions were vast, potentially affecting not just the supernatural community, but the entire fabric of reality. The thought that someone held such power was both thrilling and alarming. Eldritch leaned back in his chair, his eyes reflecting the glow of the screen. This winter, whoever he was, had managed to capture the interest of an ancient vampire, no small feat. And now, Eldritch found himself on the brink of a new investigation, perhaps a new adventure, that could reveal secrets about the new world and the architect behind its creation. "I will have to meet him," Eldritch concluded aloud, the decision settling within him like a vow. The journey to understand Winter and his new reality had just begun, and Eldritch was no stranger to the long, often perilous pursuit of knowledge. Serana returned to Eldur, her expression tense and her heart still racing from the confrontation with Eldritch. As soon as she entered the dimly lit room where Eldur was waiting, she could tell that he was eager for news, but also prepared for disappointment. "Eldritch laughed at your proposal," Serana reported, her voice tinged with frustration and a hint of fear. "He dismissed it outright." Eldur's face darkened, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. "I told you he would be tricky. There's something about Eldritch. I could never figure him out. He was always different somehow," he muttered, more to himself than to Serana. Serana nodded, her earlier terror returning as she recounted. "He almost killed me, Eldur. His power is by far one of the strongest I have felt." Her voice wavered as she recalled the overwhelming force of Eldritch's shadow energy. Eldur waved her concerns aside with a dismissive hand. "It matters not," he said sharply. Then, seeing her shocked expression, he softened slightly. "Come. We have more pressing matters to attend to." He led Serana into a great hall, where a vast array of elders had gathered. The hall was filled with a palpable sense of power and anticipation. As Serana and Eldur walked in, the gathered elders turned to look at them, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and ambition. "Who needs one when we have a legion?" Eldur proclaimed loudly, gesturing towards the assembled crowd. The mass and might of the Elder army were indeed impressive. Elders of all ages and strengths stood ready, their combined power radiating through the hall like a tangible force. Eldur stepped onto a raised platform at the end of the hall, his presence commanding the attention of every elder present. He cleared his throat, and the murmuring crowd fell silent, waiting for their leader to speak. "My fellow elders," Eldur began, his voice booming and confident, "today we stand on the brink of reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Our god, Nocturna, has chosen us, not just to survive, but to rule." Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd as Eldur continued. "For too long, we have been underestimated and forgotten, but no longer. Today, we begin our march towards victory, towards the glory that the elders have always been destined for. Nothing can stop us, not Winter, not any god, and certainly not any renegade like Eldritch." Eldur's speech stirred the crowd into a fervor. "We will claim the prize for Nocturna, and prove that the elders are not just survivors of the night, but rulers of the dawn," he declared, his voice rising to a crescendo. The hall erupted in cheers and shouts, the elders united by Eldur's words and their shared vision of victory. As the echoes of their cries filled the room, Serana watched from beside Eldur, her earlier fears momentarily forgotten in the wave of collective resolve. This army, this legion of elders, was ready to fight, to reclaim their place in the world, and Eldur was their chosen leader, the architect of their resurgence. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, driven by the promise of glory and the lure of ultimate power. Across the lands and oceans, through the dark veil of the night, shadows moved with supernatural speed from one shadow to another, forming a vast network of elders. This network spanned great distances, all part of a concerted effort to locate one person, Winter. Meanwhile, at Winter's estate, he and Mara sat together, looking out into the night. The Alpha rested quietly in his den nearby. "You truly care for him, don't you, Simon?" Mara asked softly, breaking the silence that had settled between them. "Yes, without him, we would not be here right now," Simon replied, his voice tinged with gratitude and a deeper, unspoken fear. There were moments I could feel myself slipping into a permanent rigidity of logic. The left hemisphere of my brain was trying to dominate my reasoning and thought processes. My prefrontal cortex almost gave in and became a logic machine. Had that happened, I would have cared for nothing. He paused, his eyes reflecting the moonlight, but the attachment I had with the Alpha kept the right hemisphere fighting back, connecting with emotions. He helped me regulate in a way that saved us all, which is why I could not sacrifice him. Mara nodded, understanding more deeply the bonds that tied Simon to the Alpha. I know they are out there, and they will come for me, Simon continued. We will just have to be ready. At that moment, a strange shadow could be seen moving quickly along the grass. Winter immediately spotted it. They're here, he said, his voice calm yet alert. The shadow moved up to the porch, and Winter stood, ready to face whatever emerged. Then a strange, old and ancient figure stepped into the light. Greetings. I am Eldritch. You do not need to fear me. I am not your typical vampire. Vampire? I thought your kind hated that word, Winter replied, his stance relaxed but cautious. Eldritch smiled, a knowing gleam in his eyes. It's who we are. Some can live with it, some can't. Now I'd like to get to know you. At this point, a terrifying roar was heard as the Alpha appeared, sensing the intrusion. Stand down, old friend, Winter commanded softly, and the Alpha hesitated, its primal rage palpable but controlled. Well, you have a pure blood lichen, Eldritch observed, his interest apparent. I can feel his primal rage. This is good. I also have a few lichen friends, Lucas and Alara. Maybe you've met. The conversation then shifted as they all sat together on the porch, speaking into the night. Eldritch, Winter, and Mara shared stories, building a foundation of trust and mutual understanding. Eldritch spoke of his experiences and perspectives, which, while rooted in his nature as a vampire, also reflected a broader view of the world. They discussed their histories, the changes in the world, and their visions for the future. As the night deepened, what started as confrontation slowly morphed into an alliance of sorts, with each party cautiously optimistic about the benefits of their newfound understanding. This unlikely gathering under the stars marked the beginning of something new, an alliance that could change the balance of power and perhaps lead to a lasting peace, or a new confrontation in the realm of Crimson Dawn. As the night deepened, their conversation flowing effortlessly, Eldritch was the first to notice an anomaly. His ancient instincts, always attuned to the subtleties of the dark, alerted him to unwelcome guests. I see we have some visitors, he remarked nonchalantly, his gaze shifting toward the darkness beyond the porch. Far away, 3 strange shadows moved in with an eerie grace, wisping in and out of the shadows cast by the moonlit landscape. They seemed to be approaching cautiously, yet with a purpose. I need to take care of them, Winter declared, a tone of responsibility colouring his voice. Oh, I'll help, Eldritch offered quickly, his voice carrying a hint of excitement for the unexpected confrontation. Without waiting for a response, Eldritch shifted into his shadow form, a skill that allowed him to move instantly across distances, melding with the darkness as if it were part of him. Winter, not to be outdone, donned his mask, and in a blink, he too merged with the shadows, using the same power as the Elders. By the time Winter arrived at the scene, Eldritch had already dispatched the 3 shadowy intruders. Their essence was dissipating into the ground, their threat neutralized with almost disdainful ease by the ancient vampire. Oh, you can shadow walk? Fascinating, Eldritch remarked, with a genuine interest, his eyes reflecting a playful challenge. Race you back, he proposed, his tone light but competitive. With that, Eldritch merged back into the shadows, moving swiftly back toward the porch. Winter, embracing the challenge, followed suit, his form blending seamlessly with the night. They arrived back at the porch almost simultaneously, the brisk movement through the shadows having done little to disturb their composure. We should have set the lichen on them. That would have been fun. But always, the chance one will slip away, Eldritch commented with a chuckle, imagining the chaos the Alpha could have wrought. So tell me, how long do you think you can keep that lichen before he goes pure primal? Which I would love to see, by the way, Eldritch inquired, his curiosity about the Alpha's nature and Winter's controls evident in his tone. He won't, Winter replied firmly, his confidence in his bond with the Alpha unshakable. Eldritch looked at Winter with a strange expression, a mix of skepticism and intrigue. If you say so, he murmured, the words hanging between them like a veiled challenge to the stability of Winter's assurances. The night wore on, and their discussions delved deeper into their pasts, their powers, and the intricacies of their current realities. Eldritch's visit, initially a confrontation, had morphed into a complex dance of mutual respect and cautious alliance. As the first light of dawn threatened the horizon, both Eldritch and Winter knew that the events of this night would set the tone for what was to come. Sometime later, within the cold stone walls of their clandestine meeting room, Serana hurriedly approached Eldor, a sense of urgency marking her every step. All the scouts are back, all but 3, she reported, her brow furrowed with concern. They should have been covering this area, but they have disappeared. So that's where he'll be then, Eldor mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of calculation and anticipation. I want our entire force to be ready to descend on that area. But how can we stop Winter? He doesn't have the power of the gods, but he could have beaten us without it. We can't beat him, Serana argued, her voice laced with frustration and a hint of fear. Have faith, my dear, Eldor replied, his tone soothing yet firm. Winter's only power over us was his gadgets. He could not control our minds. His fake sunlight was all he had, but we have something better. Eldor paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. We have developed a technology, a kind of shielding. It's based on a rare mineral compound that we've engineered. This compound absorbs and nullifies the UV spectrum emitted by Winter's fake sunlight devices. We've crafted it into wearable amulets for all our operatives. He walked over to a table where several dark, lustrous stones lay scattered. Picking one up, he held it out for Serana to see. These stones are not just shields, they are part of an offensive strategy. When activated, they can create an aura around the wearer, making us invisible to any artificial UV detection and impervious to the harmful effects of this fake sunlight. Serana nodded, her anxiety easing slightly with the knowledge of this new defense. This could change everything, she admitted, a spark of hope light in her eyes. Yes, it could, Eldor agreed, a smirk playing at the edges of his lips. And there's more. These stones also enhance our natural abilities. They strengthen our shadow melding skills, allowing us faster and more secure movements through darkness. Winter won't see us coming. Satisfied with the plan taking shape, Eldor turned his gaze towards the large map on the wall, his finger tracing potential routes to their target area. Prepare the Elders. It's time to test our new advantage. We will move under the cover of night, and by dawn, Winter will realize that he's not the only one who can manipulate the elements of nature to his will. Serana felt a renewed sense of purpose as she left to relay Eldor's orders. The Elders would be ready, each now equipped with the tools to counteract Winter's technological prowess. The game was evolving, and with Elder's leadership, they were no longer mere players, but contenders with a real chance at victory. "You know they are coming," Eldritch stated matter-of-factly, his gaze piercing through the dim light of the evening. "Yes," Winter replied calmly, his eyes not leaving the horizon where shadows began to gather. "I am ready. I've been working on something new, just for such a day like this. I got the idea from an old space movie where this guy turns to the dark side." "Interesting," Eldritch murmured, intrigued by Winter's cryptic hint. As time passed, the tension around the estate grew palpable. Suddenly, Eldritch gave the alarm. "They're here again! Lots of them!" "I know," Winter responded, without turning. The Alpha stood up from behind Winter, towering over him, his form radiating readiness for the impending conflict. "Oh, this will be good," Eldritch grinned, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of the upcoming battle. "Don't forget, I'm on your side out there, big guy," he said to the Alpha, who let out a low growl in response, acknowledging the alliance. As the shadows swarmed closer to the estate, Mara took cover. Winter nodded at Eldritch. "You may want to take cover," he suggested, just as over 50 shadows converged toward the porch. Eldritch ducked inside, as Winter activated his UV and infrared light defense systems. However, the shadows kept advancing. "Excellent," Winter admired quietly, acknowledging the Elder's technology designed to counter his defenses. "Ready, old friend?" Winter asked the Alpha, who responded with a fierce roar. Some of the advancing shadows hesitated, thrown off by the presence of the Alpha, but as the Elders began to materialize from the shadows, Winter smiled behind his mask. "I have been dying to try this," he declared, and held up a hilt of a sword handle. He clicked a button, and from the hilt emitted a buzzing sound, followed by a long beam of light emerging from it. A light sword. "They may be able to counter a wide beam, but how about a focused one?" Winter taunted, waving the sword back and forth. More Elders materialized, surrounding the estate. "When you're ready," Winter signaled to the Alpha. With the energy of a catapult released, the Alpha lunged at the Elders, tearing through their ranks with primal ferocity. Winter then materialized into the fray, swinging his light sword. The concentrated beam sliced through any Elder it touched, their stones unable to stop the focused energy. Eldritch reappeared, wielding his own ancient powers, felling more of the Elders with each precise move. The battle raged fiercely, the night air filled with the sounds of combat, cries of the fallen, and the buzzing of Winter's light sword. Finally, what remained of the Elders' forces retreated, overwhelmed by the combined might of Winter, the Alpha, and Eldritch. "Turn that thing off, Darth Winter," Eldritch joked, a smirk playing on his lips. "In all my years, I finally got to watch a true blood Lycan in action, and not against me," he added, his voice filled with a mixture of respect and relief. "They will be back, and with greater numbers and powers," Winter stated gravely, turning off his light sword. "During the fray, I was able to take data directly from one of them, using my weapon. I know where Elder is." As they regrouped on the porch, their bodies weary but spirits high from the victory, the trio prepared for the challenges ahead. Elder and his forces would undoubtedly strike again, but for now, they had won a crucial battle. With the data Winter had collected, they had a new advantage, an opportunity to take the fight directly to Elder, potentially ending the conflict once and for all. As the dust settles on the battlefield at Winter's estate, The silence of the night belies the storm that is brewing in the shadows. The victory, though sweet, is but a prelude to the looming conflicts and the deeper machinations of those involved in this ancient struggle for power. In the upcoming Crimson Dawn Season 3, Part 8, questions hang in the air like the sharp scent of rain before a storm. What new secrets can the Elders devise to counter him? As they regroup and reassess, their desperation may lead them to darker, more desperate measures. Will Eldor find a way to harness powers even he has feared to touch? Eldritch's role. The ancient vampire Eldritch, now aligned with Winter, brings centuries of wisdom and cunning to the table, but his own motives remain shrouded in mystery. What long-term plans does he harbour, and how will his alliance with Winter and the Alpha shift the balance of power? The Alpha's destiny. Loyal and powerful, the Alpha has proven his might time and again. But as the stakes grow higher, how will this noble creature evolve? Will his primal instincts come to the fore, leading him to a path of ferocity? Or will his bond with Winter help him find a new way to harness his raw energies? Stephen Lestat's Gambit. Under the eerie guidance of Necros, Stephen Lestat continues his chilling experiments. Is he merely biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his new creations? How will his actions under the shadow of Necros influence the coming battles? The stage is set for a showdown that will test loyalties, challenge the limits of power, and perhaps alter the course of reality itself. Find out what lies in store for Winter, Eldritch, the Alpha, and their formidable foes in the next thrilling installment of Crimson Dawn Season 3, Part 8. Shadows Reclaimed. Coming soon.
Greetings, mortals and immortals alike. I am Nocturna, the god of the Elders. I see you've been following the Crimson Dawn series. Excellent choice. Your loyalty does not go unnoticed, and I, the most powerful of all gods, thank you for it. Don't forget to subscribe, for the dawn is merely the beginning. To Eldor, my loyal subject, I place my faith in you. Winter may have cheated and stolen what was mine, but my wrath is as eternal as the night. Fear not, for the balance will be restored. And to all of you watching, know this, you shall soon join my legion of elders. I have a special place reserved just for you. Embrace the night, and your true power will awaken. Until then, keep watching, keep subscribing, and remember, Nocturna sees all.
In the vast expanse of Winter's estate, the fields stretched under the late afternoon sun, a picturesque scene of freedom and peace. Winter and the Alpha were out in the field, their forms blurred by the speed of their movement. Winter, with a playful glint in his eyes, hid behind a large oak, his heart light with a rare moment of carefree joy. As the Alpha prowled nearby, Winter leapt from his hiding spot, startling the massive creature. Despite his primal and terrifying appearance, the Alpha reacted not with aggression, but with a playful dodge, engaging in a mock chase that resembled a pet playing with its owner. But beneath the playful exterior, the reminder was clear. The Alpha was no pet. His reactions, though tempered with affection, held the power and grace of a true wild being. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the field, Winter and the Alpha made their way back to the house. Mara was waiting at the porch, her smile warm and welcoming as she saw them approach. "Welcome back," she greeted, her voice filled with genuine happiness. Winter nodded, his face reflecting the calm of the evening, but his eyes held a deeper contemplation, spurred by the day's playful interactions. Later that evening, as the sky turned a deep twilight blue, Eldritch appeared, his presence as enigmatic as ever. They settled into a conversation on the porch, the air filled with the crisp scent of the night. Eldritch's gaze was piercing, his voice serious. "How long are you going to hold him back from his true self?" he asked, a challenging tone threading through his words. Winter's reply was thoughtful, touched by an undeniable affection for the Alpha. "His attachment to me, a bond, it's like no other. It saved us both." Eldritch pressed on, his tone unyielding. He is not himself. There must always be an Alpha, and right now he is no more than a lapdog. Winter frowned, his voice tinged with frustration and a hint of sadness. "Do you think I have not thought of this? Each time my logic tells me this is the right thing to do, my heart tells me otherwise. I want to protect him. I want to save him." "He is saved. Now it's time to truly free him," Eldritch countered firmly. "You have what you fought for in Mara. The Alpha also needs to follow his path, and that path is not being controlled by you." Winter looked at Eldritch, his expression a mix of resignation and conflict. "Do you think I do not know this? I have tried many times, but he was what saved me." Eldritch's next words were soft, yet cutting. "Yes, but who will save him from you?" The question hung in the air, heavy and charged with implication. Winter turned away, looking out into the night, the silhouette of the Alpha visible in the distance. Eldritch's question echoed in his mind, a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between protection and control, between saving and suffocating. As the night deepened, both men sat in reflective silence, each lost in their thoughts about freedom, fate, and the burdens of guardianship. The Alpha's future, it seemed, was at a crossroads, and the decisions made now would define not just his destiny, but the soul of the man who had come to love him as more than just a creature, but as a true companion. Winter held Mara close, his voice soft but resolute as he confided in her. "He is right. I must let him go. I have tried before and failed, but this time I will not. He must be free." Mara nodded, understanding the depth of Winter's struggle. "Go to him. Do what you must do, Simon," she urged gently. Standing in the open field, the sun beaming down warmly, Winter felt a bittersweet mix of anticipation and sorrow. He gave a loud whistle, a signal they had used countless times before, and then quickly ran behind a tree. Within moments, the Alpha, ever vigilant and playful in this game they so often played, snuck up on him and wrestled him to the ground. Winter laughed, a sound full of love and remembrance. As they stood, Winter clapped the Alpha on his broad side. "Let's walk, old friend," he suggested, and as they strolled through the field where they had shared many moments, Winter began to reminisce. "I remember when I found you as a cub, trapped, hungry, and scared. It was at that moment I knew there was something special about you." As they walked, the memories flowed, the times they had hunted together, fought side by side. The Alpha had been the one constant that kept Winter's mind from succumbing to a cold rigidity of logic. His connection to the Alpha was something deeply emotional, something he truly cared for. "I could have easily manipulated your mind. I could have controlled you, but I refused. I took the chance that our bond was stronger than your need to consume me. I was right, and this is what strengthened our connection." Winter paused, looking into the Alpha's keen eyes. "But this is not who you are. You are an Alpha, not Winter's cub. You only stay because we are family, and your loyalty is unmatched. But old friend, it's time for you to become the Alpha once more. Time to follow your path, not mine. You will always be as my son, but you are also so much more. You feel it too." The words hung heavy in the air. Winter's voice cracked slightly, the emotional weight of this moment pressing down upon him. "Now go. Be the Alpha. Be who you are destined to be without me." The Alpha stood up tall, understanding the gravity of Winter's words. He roared a primal roar that resonated across the fields and forests, a roar that signaled his rebirth. Before leaving, the Alpha turned to Winter, sensing the pain and the toll this choice was taking on him. With a gentle strength only a creature of his power could manage, the Alpha lifted Winter into the air and embraced him, a gesture of deep gratitude and love. Then, with one last look that spoke volumes of thankfulness and respect, the Alpha ran off into the distance, his form gradually disappearing into the expanse of the wilderness, ready to reclaim his place in the natural order, leaving Winter standing alone, his heart heavy yet hopeful, knowing he had done the right thing. Winter sat in the field alone. The sun sank below the horizon, and as the cloak of night descended, still he sat, motionless. His thoughts whirled in a torrent of emotion and reflection, so preoccupied within his own mind that the outside world seemed distant, almost irrelevant. No living or dead could truly understand the tumult of thoughts that churned in Winter's mind, thoughts of loss, duty, and the heavy cost of decisions made. Such deep reflection rendered him oblivious to his surroundings, and particularly to a single shadow that lurked in the distance. It was a scout of Elder, keen-eyed and stealthy, observing Winter's solitary form from afar. Taking in this critical information, the scout quickly raced back to Elder with the news. The journey was swift, each shadowy passage used with precision, each moment hastening the scout back to the hideout where Elder awaited, already seething with anger over the recent defeat of his elders and cursing Eldritch for siding with both Lycans and humans. Upon arrival, the scout found Elder in a foul mood, his wrath palpable in the air. Initially, Elder snapped at the scout, his frustration boiling over, but after a short while, his anger simmered down enough to ask what the scout had to report. "Master, the Lycan has left. Winter is alone. He is weakened by the Alpha's departure," the scout reported with a mix of caution and urgency. Elder looked up, his eyes lighting up with a cold, calculating gleam. "We have him," he whispered, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Prepare an attack team immediately." The scout hesitated, a flicker of concern passing briefly over his face. "What of his new weapon?" he asked, referring to the light sword that Winter had wielded so devastatingly in the last encounter. Elder's smile did not waver. "Let me deal with that toy," he replied dismissively, his confidence unshaken by the mention of Winter's formidable armament. This decision set into motion a new wave of preparations. Elder's hideout buzzed with activity as his followers rallied, spurred by the promise of a swift and decisive strike. Weapons were sharpened, dark arts were whispered into the night, and the elders mobilized with a renewed sense of purpose. The news of Winter's vulnerability had given Elder a new edge, a chance to strike when his foe was most isolated, and, presumably, at his weakest. The elders gathered, their spirits bolstered by the prospect of catching Winter unguarded, hoping to capitalize on the absence of the Alpha which they perceived as the crumbling of winter's strongest pillar. As the night deepened, so did the shadows around Eldur's camp, each one teeming with the silent promise of vengeance and the brewing of a storm that would soon be unleashed upon winter. The stage was set for a confrontation that would test the mettle of all involved, a clash from which only one could emerge victorious. When winter finally arrived home, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow that seemed to hold the world in a hushed anticipation. Mara greeted him at the doorstep, her presence now not just a comfort, but a necessity. She was his connection to emotion, his anchor in a tumultuous sea. No words were needed as they embraced, their bond speaking volumes more than language ever could. However, the moment of peace was short-lived. As they held each other, Winter's keen senses caught the ominous movement of shadows swarming across his land. "Get inside," he instructed Mara firmly, his voice low but urgent. "To the safe place." She nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly retreated into the house. Winter donned his mask and grasped his sword, the weapon's familiar weight a grim reminder of the battle to come. As the first of the Elder's shadows reached the perimeter of his estate, Winter's strategically placed UV light traps sprang to life. However, to his dismay, the traps seemed to have no effect. The Elders had adapted, their forms coalescing from the shadows into solid, menacing figures, a large group of their best warriors. With a determined click, Winter activated his sword, the beam of concentrated UV and infrared light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. He wielded the weapon with precision and grace, slicing through the Elders who dared to come too close. But despite his skill, the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed his defenses. Elders surged forward, relentless in their assault. The battle raged fiercely until a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. "Stop!" It was Serana. Winter turned sharply to see a chilling scene, Serana holding Mara at her side, her grip threatening. "Drop it," she commanded coldly, "or I'll get to see what she tastes like." Before Winter could react, several Elders seized him, overpowering him with sheer numbers. They grabbed his arms and legs, and in the struggle, his sword clattered to the ground, clicking off as it landed. Then amidst the turmoil, a laugh cut through the tension. Eldur emerged from the shadows, his presence darkly triumphant. "Did you really think you could go against Nocturna?" he taunted. "He has asked me to bring you to him alive. I think he has something special in mind for you." The threat hung heavy in the air as Winter was forcefully subdued, his eyes locked on Mara, who looked back at him with a mix of fear and defiance. The Elders tightened their grip, ready to transport their captive to face a fate decreed by the god Nocturna himself, leaving Winter to wonder how he could have underestimated the depth of their resources and their ruthlessness. As he was dragged away, the last thing he saw was Mara being led inside by Serana, a foreboding silence falling over the estate that had once been a sanctuary. Eldur led his team of Elders back to his hideout, with Winter bound and silent among them. The triumphant procession was grim, and Eldur's satisfaction was evident in his stride. Winter, despite his dire situation, remained alert, his mind racing for any opportunity to escape or turn the tables on his captors. Meanwhile, Serana held Mara at her own residence, the tension palpable in the dimly lit room. "So you're why all this happened? Too bad you won't live to see him again," Serana taunted, her fangs bared as she leaned closer to Mara, ready to drink from her. Just as Serana was about to strike, a shadow whirled into the room, and Eldritch appeared with a forceful grasp, grabbing Serana. His grip on her was iron tight, rendering her as powerless as a child in his hold. "You'll tell me where they have taken him?" Eldritch demanded, his voice a low growl. At that moment, a bright UV light blasted through the windows. Eldritch quickly jumped back, shielding himself, but not before part of his skin was singed by the light. 2 elders entered, unaffected by the UV, their smirks visible even in the harsh light. Serana smiled wickedly. "We knew you'd be back. Now you're trapped," she hissed. Eldritch retreated further as the UV light crept forward, his ancient vampire instincts wary of the burning threat. Meanwhile, Mara seized the moment to dash into the back room, then into the safe place designed by Winter, a sanctuary within the house. "We'll get her in a minute. We must take care of this traitor first," Serana commanded, her focus on Eldritch. But then, unexpectedly, the power shut down. Mara had hit the emergency switch in the safe room, cutting off the UV light and plunging the house into darkness. In the shadows, Eldritch's grin was almost feral. "My turn," he declared. Serana quickly fled, screaming orders at the 2 elders. "Get him!" But they were no match for Eldritch. With crude efficiency born of centuries of combat, Eldritch dispatched them, their bodies falling heavily to the floor. He then moved swiftly to where Mara had hidden. "Where have they taken him?" he asked urgently. "I don't know. He never told me," Mara sobbed. Fear and worry etched into her voice as the reality of Winter's danger sank in. "We don't have much time. We need to find him before it's too late," Eldritch stated, his voice carrying a grim determination. Mara nodded, wiping away her tears, her resolve hardening. Together, they would need to rally and find Winter, rescuing him from whatever dark fate Elder and his elders had planned. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and every second mattered. Winter sat bound in a dark, dank room, the air heavy with the scent of mould and ancient stone. Elder stood over him, his figure a looming shadow in the dim light that barely filtered through a small, barred window. "Oh, how I'd like to finish you right now," Elder sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "But Nocturna wants you for himself." He paused, reveling in the power he held over Winter. "By now, Serana would have turned your Mara into one of us, or maybe just killed her. You have failed, Winter. How does that feel?" Elder taunted mercilessly. Winter remained silent, his expression stoic despite the sharp sting of Eldor's words. He knew any response would serve only Elder's ego. "You have lost everything. Your wife, the Alpha. Even Eldritch is dead by now. You have nothing, and soon Nocturna will come to claim that." Elder laughed coldly at Winter. "You are no god." "No," Winter replied quietly, his voice steady. "Just a man." Then, seizing a moment of reflective pause from Elder, Winter pressed, "Of all the factions, yours is the strongest, the most resourceful. Tell me, now you have conquered the light, what is left for you to fear?" "I do not fear," Elder retorted quickly, though his voice betrayed a hint of defensiveness. "What of the undead? What of the Lycan? While you have been focusing all your energy on me, what do you think they have been doing?" Winter challenged, his tone edged with accusation. "Did you know that the undead army is ready to march again? They crushed you last time and will do it again. And what of the True Blood Lycan? They could tear through this place like it was paper." Elder's face twisted with a mix of anger and uncertainty. "Silence!" he shouted, his composure slipping. "Or I will end you right now." "You are not strong enough for that," Winter replied calmly. "You are but a pawn of your god, the same god I swatted like a fly. Do you truly think you brought me here? I am here because I willed it." "You're bluffing," Eldur snapped. "Really?" Winter's voice was cool and collected. "Mara lives, as does Eldritch. The undead march on you as well as the Lycan, and you wait around for a god who cannot defeat just a man." At that moment, Serana burst into the room. "He escaped, along with the woman," she announced breathlessly. Winter smiled. "You see, I never gamble with my words," he said smoothly. "I cannot destroy the gods as it would destroy the Alpha, and I cannot unbalance everything by destroying only 2 of the gods. So the gods must live, but that does not mean you need to." Elder, now visibly shaken, his confidence waning under the weight of Winter's assertions, asked, "What is it you want?" "Peace," Winter stated simply. Elder glanced at Serana, fear evident in his voice. Serana walked up to Winter and slashed him across the face with her nails, blood trickling down his cheek. "He's playing you, Elder," she hissed. "He has nothing but words. Would he let me do this if he was all-powerful?" Elder approached Winter, gripped by a mix of fear and a desperate need to assert control. He grabbed Winter by the neck. "Would I be able to do this if you were all-powerful?" he sneered. "Prepare the ritual to summon Nocturna," Eldor commanded, determined to regain control of the situation and reaffirm his power, even as doubt gnawed at him from within. Eldor's voice echoed ominously through the dimly lit chamber as he began to chant the ancient words of Shadow. Each syllable dripped with dark power, the air around him crackling with the building energy of the impending summoning. Beside him, Serana watched Winter with a smile of victory and menace, confident in their impending triumph. Meanwhile, some miles away, the heavy running of 3 large beasts could be heard. They crushed branches underfoot and kicked up dirt as they ran, their heavy breathing resonating through the night. Smaller creatures of the forest scampered away in fear, sensing the potent primal energy emanating from the Lycans. Back in the hideout, Elder's chanting grew more intense, the ground beneath them beginning to tremble slightly from the force of his words. Winter, still bound but ever defiant, interrupted with a sly tone. "Could you repeat that last word? I missed it. I'll need it to summon your god when I need his power again." Serana approached him, her eyes narrow. "You're bluffing," she hissed. "And soon you will be dead, or worse." Elder shot Winter a venomous look, angered at the interruption, but continued his ritual. However, his concentration faltered as the sounds of a confrontation erupted outside. A commotion, a battle, screams of elders caught in a deadly skirmish. "Check that," he snapped at Serana. She opened the door just enough to peek outside and saw 3 Lycans, one huge, clearly the Alpha, and 2 smaller, yet just as fierce Lycans aiding him. They tore through the elders with ease, their true blood lineage doing exactly what it was meant for, keeping the elders in check. Serana shut the door quickly, her voice pale. "Elder, Lycans. 3 of them." Elder's chanting became erratic, the ritual taking longer as his focus waned. Winter seized the moment, his voice carrying across the now tense room. "I'll give you this last chance, Elder. Agree to peace, and you will survive. Everything has gone to my will." Elder, visibly shaken by the turn of events, yet clinging to his defiance, retorted, "I know you're bluffing. Nocturna will have your soul and those of the Lycans." "Your god has forsaken you, Elder. You should bow to me now. Was it not I who created you again?" Winter's tone was chilling. "Could have erased you from existence, but I created you and everything you see here. Your god will not come. He is scared of me." At that moment, the doors to the hideout smashed down, and the sight of the 3 Lycans, primal and enraged, stood in the doorway. Elder, struck by terror, quickly vanished into the shadows, followed by Serana. Winter, now standing freely among the chaos, sighed in relief. "About time. I couldn't keep that up much longer, but he almost bought it." His glance shifted to the Lycans, a mix of gratitude and respect in his eyes, knowing that their timely arrival had shifted the balance, once again, in this ongoing game of power and deception. As Winter finally made his way back to his home, The sight that greeted him was both unexpected and heartwarming. The Alpha was there, looking more robust and free than ever, and with him were 2 others. "Hi there," one said cheerfully. "I'm Lucas," and the other added, "And I'm Alara. We're friends of Eldritch. We heard the call of the Primal Alpha, and we came." Winter embraced Mara, who was visibly relieved to see him safe, but concerned as her eyes traced the dried blood on his face. He then turned to the Alpha, his expression softening. "You are truly free now, old friend. I saved you, and now you have saved me. Again. We are more than even, but know this, I will always be there when you need me." Winter's voice held a mixture of gratitude and release. "I am glad, however, that you found some more family. Those 2 seem nice," he chuckled, nodding towards Lucas and Alara. "Go now, old friend. You have no debt or loyalty to me anymore. You truly are free to be the Alpha. Do what you must," Winter said, a sense of pride swelling in his chest as he watched the Alpha. The large creature rose, a look of pride in his eyes, the connection with Winter still evident. As the Alpha left, Lucas and Alara followed, all 3 disappearing into the surrounding woods, ready to carve out their own path. Later that day, as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the quiet home, Eldritch appeared. His expression was one of curiosity mixed with admiration. "Did you set all this up?" he asked Winter. "And how could you have known exactly what would happen?" Winter looked at Eldritch, his eyes calm and knowing. "How does one know the sun will rise, or the night will come?" He replied. Winter's understanding of events had always bordered on the prophetic, guided by his sharp intellect and deep understanding of the nature of his adversaries. Eldritch mused, clearly out of his depth, yet intrigued by the enigma that was Winter. "I must go now, but know you have a friend and an ally in me." "Good luck," he said, then vanished as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Winter and Mara alone in the peaceful solitude of their home. With Eldritch gone and the Alpha truly free, Winter felt a profound sense of closure and beginning anew. It was just him and Mara now, alone but together, surrounded by the quiet peace of their love and the home they shared. Winter knew that challenges might still come their way, but for now he relished the calm after the storm, ready to face whatever the future might bring with Mara by his side. The birth of a new plague. In the dimly lit recesses of his laboratory, Stephen Lestat was a figure of intense concentration and morbid transformation. His face, once vibrant and full of curiosity, now bore signs of decay, skin slightly sallow and eyes sunken, and as if the very essence of life was being siphoned away by his relentless pursuit of necromancy. His mind, ever more twisted under the dark influence of Necros, was lost to a world where death was not an end, but a beginning. Around him, various apparatuses buzzed and hummed, the air thick with the scent of formaldehyde and decay. In the center of the room stood a sealed enclosure, misted slightly on the inside with the chill of unnatural cold. With a trembling hand that belied his excitement, Stephen pulled a lever, and the enclosure's door slowly swung open with a mournful creak. Inside, a figure staggered forward, a newly created undead, its movements jerky and uncertain as it stepped into the less confined space of the lab, its eyes, devoid of any human emotion, fixed on Stephen with a hollow gaze. "You are ready, my child." Stephen spoke to it, his voice a mixture of paternal pride and a chilling coldness. "You are the Adam of the undead. For everyone you touch will birth a new undead follower of Necros. Now go, spread the influence of Necros into this world. The dead will rise again." As the creature moved towards the exit, its steps became more assured, driven by the dark purpose with which it had been imbued. Stephen watched it go, a twisted smile curl in the corners of his mouth. In his mind, he envisioned a world overrun by these creatures, a world where death reigned supreme and he stood as the herald of a new, endless night. Outside his secluded lab, the undead creature blended into the shadows of the evening, its presence almost undetectable as it began its sinister mission. Unseen, it moved through the outskirts of the nearest town, each touch, each encounter, a potential spark for an epidemic that could unravel the fabric of the living world. Back in the lab, Stephen turned back to his work, oblivious or indifferent to the potential horrors he had unleashed. His hands, now more bone than flesh, danced with a macabre grace over his instruments, the symphony of the dead playing out in his mind, orchestrating a new era under the dark patronage of Necros.
Greetings, mortals. I am Lysanor, the god of the Lycan. I knew Winter would choose not to kill the Alpha, and in doing so he spared us, the gods. While my ultimate goal is peace and stability, I also desire victory for my Lycan. Thank you for watching the Crimson Dawn series. Your support is invaluable, and I urge you to subscribe to continue following our journey. You hear my voice because I am projecting it directly into your mind. Such is the power of a god. And remember, becoming a werewolf is not just a transformation, it's an awakening. Embrace the night, and let the power within you rise.
Chapter 1. Nightfall's Curse. The night was unusually still in the small town of Millwood, a hush hanging over the streets like a shroud. Street lamps cast long shadows that twisted and writhed on the pavement as if alive. It was under this cloak of darkness that the figure known only as Adam, the creation of Stephen Lestat's dark, necromantic experiments, made its silent entrance into civilization. Adam's steps were slow and deliberate, its form barely discernible in the dim light, a spectre of death meandering through the unsuspecting town. The faintest sound of its dragging footfalls blended with the whisper of the wind, creating a symphony of ominous tones. Every touch of its gnarled, pale hand left behind more than just the chill of the grave. It carried a virulent curse. The first to encounter Adam was a late-night worker, Jimmy, who was taking out the trash behind the local diner. The back alley offered perfect concealment as Adam approached, its movements suddenly swift, predatory. Jimmy turned at the soft rustle, just in time to meet the hollow gaze of his assailant. Before he could scream, Adam's cold hands were upon him, its bite quick and lethal, sinking into his neck with unnatural ease. Jimmy's eyes widened in terror and pain, then dimmed as the life was drained from him, his body slumping to the ground, only to rise again moments later, his features now mirroring the ghastly visage of his attacker. As Adam moved deeper into the town, each encounter was brief but horrific. A young couple walking home from a late movie screamed into the night as they were ambushed. Their screams turned into guttural growls as they too succumbed to the transformation, rising as new bearers of the undead plague. The contagion spread silently at first, then with growing momentum as the newly turned undead found victims of their own. The quiet night erupted into chaos. Distant screams and the sounds of struggle began to echo through the streets. Lights in homes flickered on, faces appearing at windows, eyes wide with confusion and horror at the scenes unfolding in the darkness below. Local authorities, alerted by frantic calls, arrived on the scene, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer unpredictability and horror of the assault. Officer Daniels, responding to what he believed was a simple disturbance, found himself face to face with what looked like scenes from a horror film. His flashlight beam landed on figures that seemed human but moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Approaching one, he reached out to assist, only to recoil in horror as the figure snapped at him, revealing a mouth of bloodied teeth. Radioing for backup, his voice broke with panic. We need more help here. Something's terribly wrong." The infection was merciless and efficient. With every minute that passed, more shadows rose to join the ranks of the undead. Driven by a relentless hunger, Millwood, once a quiet and peaceful town, was quickly transforming into a landscape of nightmares, a harbinger of the dark days to come, as the shadow of undeath spread its wings over the unsuspecting world. The Siege of Millwood. As the situation in Millwood rapidly deteriorated into a nightmare, the military intervened, drafting units into the town in a desperate attempt to stem the tide of undead. Captain Harris, an experienced officer, known for his cool head in crisis situations, was put in charge of the operation. His team, heavily armed and briefed on the dire circumstances, rolled into town as dawn broke, revealing the full horror of the night's events. The streets were apocalyptic scenes straight out of a horror movie, filled with wandering undead. Homes were barricaded, with the desperate cries of trapped citizens echoing through the air. Captain Harris quickly assessed the situation, his voice crisp over the radio. "Secure a perimeter, weapons ready. Anything that comes this way, take it out." The soldiers swiftly set up a makeshift border who was in military vehicles and barbed wire, but just as they were finishing, a wave of shambling undead moved towards them. "Open fire," Captain Harris commanded. The sound of gunfire roared through the morning air, bullets tearing into the advancing horde. The undead fell in heaps, but to the soldiers' horror, many began to rise again, undeterred. "Headshots only," Harris shouted, adjusting his orders in real time. But even as his team adapted, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm their defenses. Amidst the chaos, Captain Harris noticed a large group of undead breaking off from the main horde, moving with unsettling purpose in a new direction, away from the makeshift border. Something about their coordinated movement suggested a deeper, more sinister intent, but he couldn't pursue them, as his own position was on the brink of collapse. The situation worsened when members of his team, bitten and infected during the initial clash, turned against their comrades. The betrayal from within their ranks sowed chaos, forcing Harris to make the difficult decision to retreat. "Retreat," he ordered, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. The team fell back under his command, regrouping at a secondary location. Captain Harris called in for heavy weapons and additional reinforcements, his report grim. "We need more firepower. We're not dealing with typical hostiles. They don't stay down," he explained, the stress evident in his voice. As they awaited the reinforcements, the moans from the town grew louder, a haunting chorus that chilled the blood. A new wave of undead, larger and seemingly more aggressive, began to emerge from the depths of Millwood. The horizon was filled with the silhouettes of the undead, moving relentlessly towards the military's new position. The reinforcements would arrive soon, but Captain Harris knew that every minute counted. If they couldn't hold the line here, the undead plague would spread beyond Millwood, threatening towns and cities far beyond. As he reloaded his weapon, his resolve hardened. This was a fight, not just for Millwood, but for humanity itself. The battle for Millwood. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the ravaged streets of Millwood, Captain Harris and his team struggled valiantly to contain the undead outbreak. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of attackers continued to swell, pushing against the military's defenses with relentless ferocity. It seemed only a matter of time before the undead would breach the perimeter completely. Just as Captain Harris was about to call for a full retreat, the distant rumble of heavy military vehicles signaled the arrival of the reinforcements he had desperately called for. The convoy rolled in, equipped with the kind of heavy weaponry needed to turn the tide. Among these were M134 miniguns mounted on Humvees, capable of firing up to 6,000 rounds per minute, each round a 7.62-51 NATO cartridge, designed to cut down even the most resilient of targets. Additionally, there were M2.50 caliber machine guns, renowned for their power and reliability over long ranges. As the vehicles took position, the air filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. The miniguns spun up, unleashing a torrent of bullets that mowed down the advancing undead with brutal efficiency. The .50 calibers thudded rhythmically, each shot precise and lethal. The undead, though numerous, were no match for this onslaught. They fell in droves, their numbers finally beginning to dwindle. Captain Harris watched the carnage with a mixture of relief and resolve. "Now let's go into town and clean up, and hope none of them escaped," he ordered, signaling his team to advance. With the heavy weapons providing cover, the soldiers moved through the town, clearing building after building, their movements methodical and efficient. Each cleared area was marked, each encounter with the undead resolved with swift finality. "Clear," Captain Harris finally declared after a grueling and terrifying ordeal. The town of Millwood, though scarred and desolate, was reclaimed from the clutches of the undead, at least for the moment. Meanwhile, a small group of about 20 shambling undead, led by the one called Adam, returned to the secluded laboratory of Stephen Lestat. They moved with an eerie purpose, their actions coordinated and unyielding. As they approached, Stephen greeted them with a morbid satisfaction. "Good. You have done well, Adam. Now it's time for the next step." Lestat's lab was a hive of macabre innovation, filled with apparatuses and chemicals that seemed more at home in a horror story than in the realm of science. "This new transformation process will enhance you all, my children," he explained with a twisted enthusiasm. "It's time for the Age of Bone." The undead gathered around as Lestat prepared his new formula, a concoction designed to fortify their skeletal structures, making them harder to destroy and capable of withstanding even heavy gunfire. "You will become my invincible legion," Lestat proclaimed as he administered the treatment to Adam, who accepted the transformation with a silent, unsettling acceptance. As the process took hold, the changes were immediate and grotesque. The undead's bones thickened, their forms becoming more rigid and formidable. Lestat watched, his eyes gleaming with madness and pride. The Age of Bone had begun, and with it, a new chapter in the dark saga of Millwood. The rise of the Bone Legion. The transformation was complete. Under the dim, flickering lights of Stephen Lestat's necromantic lab, the undead, once mere shambling carcasses, now stood as towering figures, encased in thick, calcified bone. Lestat's groundbreaking, yet grotesque gene therapy had altered their very structure, turning their flesh into a formidable bone armor. The sight of these new warriors, each covered in rugged, spike-studded bone, was nothing short of nightmarish. "We will create a Bone Legion, and nothing will stop us. Necros, your will is done," Stephen Lestat exclaimed, his voice echoing maniacally through the stone chambers of his underground lab. His creatures, now devoid of any remaining shred of humanity, stood ready, their new forms a testament to Lestat's dark genius. Meanwhile, Captain Harris and his team, having secured Millwood, breathed a sigh of relief. Short-lived, however, as reports began flooding in. Neighbouring towns and villages were being overrun by the undead. The contagion had spread far beyond their initial containment efforts. "We need to ensure it doesn't reach a big city," Captain Harris stated grimly, his mind racing through the logistics of what was quickly becoming a nationwide crisis. A full-scale military operation was swiftly put into place, with precision and urgency, as reinforcements and heavy weapons were called in. High up in the military chain of command, Commander Lewis was swamped with reports from multiple locations about the undead overwhelming local defenses. Pulling heavy weapons teams from across the country, he diverted them to the critical areas, pulling together all available resources in a desperate bid to stop the outbreak. The country was put on full alert, and strict lockdowns were enforced in an effort to curb the spread of the horrifying plague. Back at Lestat's lab, the necromancer worked feverishly, driven by a mad vision of domination. As more small groups of undead arrived, driven by some unseen call to his dark sanctuary, Lestat enhanced them with his horrific bioengineering. The newly transformed bone creatures sprouted additional spikes and terrifying anomalies, their bone structure hardening to an almost indestructible density. Each new creation was more horrifying than the last, growing into twisted forms of Lestat's design. The Bone Legion was unlike anything the world had seen. As they marched from the depths of Lestat's lab, they embodied a new level of terror, a force seemingly unstoppable by conventional weapons. Their presence signaled a new phase in the undead uprising, a sinister evolution that threatened not just the immediate area, but the very fabric of civilization. Commander Lewis, realizing the gravity of the threat, coordinated with international allies, sharing intel and seeking any scientific insights that could lead to a countermeasure. The global community watched in horror and disbelief as the situation escalated, a dark cloud of fear settling over the world as it faced an enemy that was both relentless and seemingly invincible. Desperation and descent as the sun set, casting long shadows that seemed to foretell the darkening plight of the nation. The situation reports flowing into Commander Lewis's command center grew increasingly dire. Cities along the East Coast, previously believed to be well defended and prepared, were now succumbing to the relentless advance of the undead. Despite the effectiveness of the heavy weapons in containing outbreaks, the sheer volume of the infected proved overwhelming. Teams dispatched to handle the situations were too few and too late. The undead were spreading faster than they could be contained. Soon the entire East Coast will be infected, a concerned intelligence officer reported to Commander Lewis, the weight of each word sinking like a stone in the quiet room. From the back of the room, a voice cut through the murmurs of strategizing officers. "What about nukes?" The room fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, a senior military strategist with a reputation for extreme measures. Commander Harris, who had been coordinating ground responses, turned sharply, his expression a mix of disbelief and outrage. "You want to nuke our own people?" he challenged, his voice tight with emotion. "They're no longer our people," the strategist replied coldly, his eyes fixed on the maps displaying the spread of the infection. As urgent calls and reports continued to flood in over the emergency network, towns and now major cities overrun, each fallen city bolstering the ranks of the undead, there was a palpable sense of desperation in the command center. Discussions about possible nuclear intervention, once unthinkable, began to gain traction among some as a viable last resort. Meanwhile, in the eerie calm of his necromantic lab, Stephen Lestat stood looking into the night, his arms held wide as if embracing the chaos he had unleashed. "This is your time, Necros," he whispered into the darkness. As he spoke, The air shimmered, and the image of the god Necros, immense and imposing, materialized in the night sky, overlooking the land with a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of reality itself. Lestat's smile widened as he observed the spectral vision of Necros, feeling a surge of vindication and power, the god's presence, a manifestation of Lestat's dark will and necromantic energies, served as a beacon to his creations. The undead, driven by some unseen force, moved with renewed vigor, spreading further and faster, drawn to the energy of their patron deity. Back at the command center, the debate raged on, with the possibility of nuclear strikes being seriously considered. The ethical implications were staggering, but with each passing moment, the situation grew more desperate. Commander Lewis, faced with the potential collapse of civil order and the loss of millions of lives, found himself at a crossroads that would define the future of the nation and possibly the world. As the night deepened, so too did the crisis, pulling the threads of humanity further apart, weaving a tapestry of horror and despair that threatened to engulf the very soul of civilization. Elders in the shadows, months after the undead plague had swept through the nation, turning bustling cities into ghost towns overrun by the relentless dead. A hidden enclave of the elders convened deep beneath the ruined landscape. The sage, an ancient and wise vampire, far older than the others, called a council of his peers. The underground chamber, lit by flickering torches, cast long shadows over their somber faces. The world teeters on the brink of an eternal night, not of our making. Should this new plague consume all, we shall starve, the sage began, his voice echoing off the stone walls. We need to act now. He turned his age-old gaze upon Varric, one of the more daring and resourceful among them. Varric, take a small team and see what can be done to stop the spread of this plague. Varric, along with Alara, a fellow elder known for her stealth and cunning, took to the desolate streets of the city. To the masses of shambling undead, Varric and Alara were invisible, their own undead nature cloaking them from the diseased creatures that now populated the world above. As they navigated through the ruins, a commotion caught their attention. They slipped through the shadows toward the noise and discovered a group of humans cornered by a relentless wave of undead. It was clear from the desperate looks and dwindling ammunition that these survivors wouldn't last much longer. Seeing an opportunity to act, Varric utilized his unique abilities. His shadow form swept through the undead, his presence disrupting the unnatural forces that sustained them. Each undead he touched collapsed into dust, their connection to the necrotic energy severed, revealing himself to the beleaguered humans. Varric was met with gasps and raised weapons. I need to drink. I need living blood to sustain this fight to free you, he explained, his voice calm yet urgent. I will only take what I need. You do not have much time. Mia, a young woman with fierce determination in her eyes, stepped forward. Do what you must, she said, offering her neck bravely to Varric. After feeding, his strength replenished, Varric returned to the fray with renewed vigor, clearing a path for the survivors to escape. As the survivors fled toward their camp, Varric and Alara made their way back to the sage. Upon their return, they recounted their encounter. The sage listened intently, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We have been here before, the sage mused, his voice tinged with a sense of unease. Something is not right. This cycle, this endless battle between life and undeath, it hints at a deeper manipulation. We must delve further, uncover the truth behind this calamity. His words hung heavily in the air as the council pondered their next move. The sage's intuition rarely led them astray, and the feeling that they were pawns in a larger game was unsettling. As the elders regrouped, their resolve hardened. They would not only fight to preserve their food source, but also to uncover the puppeteer controlling the strings of this global disaster. The Fall. Commander Lewis stood at the command center, a makeshift fortress that had once been a beacon of hope and coordination in the fight against the undead plague. Now it too was under siege. The sounds of the undead pressing against the barriers, a constant, chilling backdrop. His face set in grim determination, Lewis issued the order that he had hoped never to give. Evacuate. This position is overrun. We need to move to more secure locations. This place is lost. As the undead spread faster than any containment efforts could manage, the realization that they were losing the battle was heartbreakingly clear. Across the nation, similar scenes unfolded. Once secure military bases, research facilities, and refugee centers fell one by one to the relentless tide of the undead. The world, as humanity had known it, was rapidly disintegrating under the weight of the undead plague. The infection spread with horrifying efficiency, infiltrating every major city and quiet town. No corner of the globe was spared, and within months, what remained of humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. Survivors, driven by desperation and the will to live, established small camps of resistance. These were often located on the outskirts of infected areas or deep within old military bunkers, anywhere that might offer a semblance of safety. These enclaves became the last strongholds of human resilience, scattered and isolated, yet united by a common goal of survival. The world outside these fragile sanctuaries was a ghastly vision of what had once been. Cities, once bustling centers of culture and commerce, were now overrun with hordes of the undead. Skyscrapers stood as tombstones in a graveyard, stretching as far as the eye could see. The streets below them teeming with the ceaseless, aimless motion of the dead. In rural areas, the plague was just as merciless. Farms and small communities that had once been the heart of the country's breadbasket were now silent, save for the groans of the undead. Forests and national parks, once escapes for peace and natural beauty, became haunting grounds for predators of a new and terrifying kind. Humanity's plight was dire. Communication between groups was sporadic and fraught with danger. Each broadcast over the radio carried the dual hope of connecting with other survivors and the fear of attracting unwanted attention from the undead. Resources were scarce, and every supply run was a perilous venture into a world that no longer belonged to the living. As Commander Lewis and his team moved to a new location, a fortified underground bunker designed as a last retreat, the weight of their situation was palpable. The bunker, equipped with long-term survival facilities, represented one of the final plans laid by governments, now crumbled. Here, Lewis and other leaders planned to coordinate a counter-offensive to reclaim their world, or at least preserve what was left of humanity. The helplessness felt by those who made it to these refuges was overwhelming. Yet, amid the despair, there was also a burning ember of resilience. For as long as they breathed, they would fight, holding on to the belief that humanity could endure even this darkest of times. Cycle of eternity. Atop a secluded hill, far from the chaos that had engulfed the world, the sage sat in quiet contemplation, known among the elders for his profound intellect and rumored to possess a supernatural sense, a sixth sense for foreseeing future events. He now faced a puzzle that seemed beyond even his extensive capabilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson glow that painted the sky with the colors of fire and blood, a figure approached. The sage's eyes, sharp and discerning, recognized the gait and presence of the man, even before he could make out the distinctive chrome mask covering his face. The man known as Winter settled beside the sage, his mask reflecting the dying light. "I have done everything possible, but things are returning to how they were," he said, his voice tinged with exhaustion and a deep, resonant fatigue that seemed to echo the weariness of the world. "I have sensed this," the sage replied, his voice as calm as the still air around them. "A cycle, a loop, endlessly repeating. We are bound to this fate, it seems." Winter turned to face the elder vampire, his mask hiding any expression, but his voice revealing his frustration. "I cannot do this again. It seems the balance is forcing the fate of this world into the same conclusion, over and over." The sage nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the horizon, as if trying to read the secrets of the universe in the twilight. "How many times do you think this has happened?" he asked, turning his gaze back to Winter. "Just once, I think," Winter replied after a pause, the weight of centuries evident in his tone. The sage remained silent for a moment before responding. "But of course, this loop may be part of a larger loop, where we are reset, our memories of events erased, so we see each loop as one." Winter contemplated the sage's words, a chill running down his spine despite the calm evening air. The idea that they might be actors in a play written by the cosmos itself, their roles destined to repeat ad infinitum, was a thought more terrifying than any undead horde. If we are indeed caught in an infinite cycle, the question becomes, can we break it? Winter mused, his voice low. And if so, at what cost? The sage looked towards the darkening sky, where the first stars began to twinkle faintly. The loop continues because we have yet to find the correct path out of it. Each cycle is a test, a challenge to understand the very fabric of reality and our place within it. Perhaps we have been approaching it incorrectly. Maybe it is not about fighting what comes, but understanding why it comes. Winter nodded slowly, the implications of the sage's words sinking in. The cycle of rebirth and destruction might not be a curse, but a chance, an opportunity to learn, to adapt, and eventually to overcome. As the night enveloped them, the two figures sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts about the cycles of time, the nature of reality, and the possibility that somewhere within the endless loop lay the key to salvation, not just for themselves, but for all of existence. The precipice of eternity, on the precipice of an uncertain future, as the shadows of night deepened around them, Winter and the sage contemplated the monumental task before them. The world of Crimson Dawn, caught in an endless loop of chaos and resurgence, teetered on the brink of a precipice that seemed insurmountable. The question loomed large in the cold night air. What could possibly change the world and break the cycle of Crimson Dawn? Winter, once a man of science transformed by the trials of countless realities, now faced the ultimate challenge. Alongside the sage, whose ancient wisdom had seen the rise and fall of empires, they pondered the paths laid out before them. The combined power and intellect of both brought them to the cusp of potential breakthroughs, yet doubts lingered like spectres in the dark. Does even our combined power and intellect have what it takes? Winter mused aloud, his voice barely more than a whisper against the howling wind. The sage, ever the philosopher, turned his gaze to the stars, seeking answers in their ancient light. Perhaps, the sage finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of ages. The solution does not lie in power alone, nor in intellect, but in understanding. We must comprehend the very essence of this cycle to break it. We must learn what drives it, sustains it, and ultimately, what can end it. As they delve deeper into their discourse, the concept of peace emerged as a beacon in the tumultuous storm. Can peace ever be earned in the world of Crimson Dawn? Winter asked, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. The sage responded with a measured tone. Peace is not earned, but cultivated. Like the calm after the storm, it comes when the conditions are right. We must create those conditions, align the forces at play, and guide them towards harmony. It is a monumental task. Yes, but not impossible. Their dialogue continued into the night, ideas flowing like rivers meeting the sea. Plans were made, strategies formed, and by the first light of dawn, a new resolve had taken shape between them. They would attempt to realign the energies of Crimson Dawn to balance the scales that had so long tipped towards chaos. As the season finale approaches, the stakes are higher than ever. The journey of Winter and the Sage reaches its climax, where the potential to change everything hangs in the balance. Will they uncover the secret to breaking the cycle? Can they usher in a new era of peace for Crimson Dawn? Find out in the gripping conclusion of this epic saga. Coming soon, the fate of a world hangs in the balance, and the final chapter promises revelations, resolutions, and perhaps the rebirth of hope.
Greetings, dear viewers. I am Stephen Lestat, humble scientist turned master of the undead. First and foremost, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude for tuning into the Crimson Dawn series. Your support fuels my dark experiments. You see, my journey to become a necromancer is no simple feat. Under the guidance of the great Necros, I've summoned the undead, faced unspeakable horrors, and brewed more potions than I can count. And it's all been for you, our cherished audience. So, as you enjoy our sinister adventures, don't forget to subscribe. After all, even necromancers need a loyal following. Together, we shall conquer all. Stay curious, stay brave, and remember, the dead do tell tales, if you know how to listen. Until next time, my friends, the Crimson Dawn awaits.
Chapter 1. Shadows and Sacrifices. The eerie silence of the small town was unsettling. Once a lively, vibrant place, it now lay deserted, the signs of a violent struggle etched into its very bones. Storefronts were shattered, vehicles overturned, and the streets marred with the deep claw marks and enormous beast-like footprints that wove a chaotic path through the town centre. Yet, intriguingly, no bodies, living or dead, were to be found, as if the town's population had vanished into thin air, or perhaps had been taken by whatever monstrous entity had rampaged through. Several miles away, the undead plague continued its relentless spread, an unstoppable wave of decay that swept across the countryside, consuming everything in its path. Amidst this chaos, a different kind of alliance had formed, one of necessity and desperation. The Sage, along with Varric, Elara, and a small council of elders, had agreed to protect the human camp from the endless undead hordes. In return, the humans reluctantly agreed to regular blood sacrifices to sustain their supernatural protectors. The Elders' shadow power, an ancient and mystic force, proved to be a formidable counter to the undead's blight. Their dark energy could disrupt the unnatural life force animating the undead, causing them to collapse into dust. As another wave of undead approached the human camp, Varric and the Elder Council prepared for defense. With precise and fluid movements, they weaved through the horde, their shadowy forms slicing through the decayed flesh as easily as knives through paper. From the shadows, two figures watched the scene unfold, Elder and Serana. Hidden by the cloak of night, their expressions were a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "This cannot be," Serana whispered, her eyes narrowing as she observed the Elders aiding humans. Why would the Council help its food source? "It must be a ruse," Elder responded, his voice low and thoughtful. "The Sage must have a deeper plan. We can't trust him to act out of altruism. We must meet with him and find out what he is planning." Their suspicion was not unfounded. Elder and Serana knew the complexities of Elder politics and the often cryptic motives that drove their leaders. The Sage, as the head of the Council, was particularly known for his strategic foresight and enigmatic decisions. As Varric and the Council successfully repelled the undead attack, saving the human camp once more, the humans looked on with a mixture of awe and fear. They were grateful for the protection, but remained painfully aware of the price they paid. Blood for safety. An ancient bargain that felt more like a devil's deal. Elder and Serana made their way back from their vantage point, planning their approach to the Sage. They needed answers, and they needed them soon. The balance of power was shifting in ways they hadn't anticipated, and in the world of the supernatural, knowledge was as valuable as strength. As they disappeared into the darkness, the uneasy alliance between humans and Elders held, for now. But in the world of Crimson Dawn, alliances were as fragile as they were necessary, and every agreement bore the seeds of future conflicts. Alliances and assaults. In the human camp, now safeguarded by the Council of Elders, unease threaded through the air like a silent fog. The camp leader, Elena, and her second-in-command, Alex, stood apart from the others, their conversation a low murmur against the backdrop of whispered worries among the camp's inhabitants. "Alex, do you really trust them?" Elena asked, her gaze drifting towards the dark figures of the Elders who patrolled the camp's boundaries. "They save us from the undead, yes, but at what cost?" Alex's eyes narrowed as he followed her gaze. "I don't, and neither should you. But what choice do we have, Elena? It's either the undead or becoming blood banks for these creatures." Meanwhile, far from this camp, another stronghold called Haven stood as a beacon of human resilience. Under the leadership of Captain Knox, Haven was a fortified sanctuary, equipped with barriers and weaponry strong enough to repel the undead. The atmosphere was tense, but controlled, until an alarm shattered the calm. "Something's coming. Fast!" shouted a guard, his voice laden with urgency. Captain Knox grabbed the binoculars and peered into the distance. Her heart sank as she saw a pack of werewolves barreling towards them at an alarming speed, led by an enormous, powerful alpha. "Ready the defenses!" she screamed. The camp scrambled into action, but it was too late. The werewolves, primal and relentless, overran Haven's defenses with terrifying ease. As they tore through the camp, those who fell rose again, their bodies twisting and transforming under the Lycan curse, swelling the ranks of the pack. As the Alpha led his new army away from the devastated camp, they encountered a new threat. A horde of undead approached, seemingly drawn by the chaos. The clash was immediate and brutal, with the Lycans tearing through the undead with a ferocity that spoke of ancient primal instincts. This reality had changed. The undead's curse had no hold on these Lycans, possibly a twist of fate engineered by Winter's hand. However, the battle took a grim turn as a new force emerged from the rear of the undead horde. Bone warriors, grotesque beings stripped of flesh with bones as hard as steel, marched into the fray. Their bone spikes caused immediate casualties among the Lycans. With no flesh to bite and their powerful jaws rendered ineffective, the Lycans found themselves at a disadvantage. After several losses, the Alpha, demonstrating a keen intelligence that belied his beastly form, roared a retreat. The remaining Lycans quickly disengaged, following their leader away from the battlefield. The Bone Warriors, unyielding and undeterred, continued their march toward an unknown destination. Back at Haven, amidst the ruins and the despair, Captain Knox regrouped the survivors. "We need to warn others," she said resolutely. "The threat isn't just the undead anymore. Something worse is coming, and we must be ready." The world was changing. Forces beyond human comprehension were at play, and at the heart of it all, the mysterious machinations of Winter, the Sage, and other ancient beings continued to shape the fate of Crimson Dawn. The burden of eternity. In the quiet of their secluded home, Winter sat across from Mara, the weight of impending decisions casting shadows in his eyes. Mara watched him, sensing the turmoil that swirled beneath his calm exterior. "What's on your mind?" she asked softly, reaching across to touch his hand. Winter looked at her, his expression a mixture of resolve and sadness. "I've been thinking about the nature of our reality, the cycles we've been through, and what the Sage said," he began, his voice steady but tinged with a depth of seriousness that made Mara draw in a slight breath. "The continuous loop of reality. It seems it cannot change unless a significant sacrifice is made," Winter continued, his gaze locked with hers, trying to convey the gravity of his realization. "Even with all my intellect and the powers I've wielded, I can't see beyond the loop. Our actions, our struggles, they might have been played out countless times before." Mara nodded, absorbing his words, her mind racing to understand the implications. "But how can that be? Doesn't each cycle offer a chance for something new?" she asked, hope threading through her words. Winter sighed, his heart heavy. "That's just it, Mara. Each cycle feels new to those within it, because our memories of the past resets are wiped clean. We think we're making new choices, forging new paths, but in reality, we might be treading the same ground over and over. The Sage hinted that this cycle, our life, our battles, might just be one of many, or perhaps thousands." Seeing Mara's distressed look, Winter reached out to comfort her. "But there's hope," he said, squeezing her hand gently. "I believe I've found a way to break this cycle, to give us and everyone a real chance at a final resolution." Mara's eyes searched his, a mix of fear and faith playing out across her face. "What needs to be done?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Winter paused, his resolve firming. "A sacrifice," he cryptically explained, "a profound one that could untangle the threads of this perpetual loop. It's something only I can do." He stopped short of revealing the true cost of this act, not wanting to burden her with the knowledge that he might have to sacrifice himself. "But what does that mean for us? For you?" Mara pressed, her concern growing. Winter smiled, a sad, tender gesture. "It means that we may finally have a chance to live in a world free of these endless battles and resets, a stable reality." He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the world he wished to save, his back to Mara to hide the sorrow in his eyes. "I know what must be done, and while the path is fraught with uncertainty, it's a path I must walk alone, he said, his voice steady yet distant. For us, for everyone. Mara rose and joined him by the window, slipping her hand into his. Together, they looked out at the peaceful scene before them, each lost in their thoughts about what the future might hold, knowing that whatever came next would change everything. The Bone March. As the shadows lengthened around the human camp, the Council of Elders once again found themselves defending against an undead onslaught. With practiced ease, they wielded their shadow powers, slicing through the staggering, decayed bodies of the undead, turning them into dust before they could breach the camp's defenses. The camp, though tense, had grown accustomed to these regular sieges and relied heavily on the supernatural abilities of their protectors. However, today's battle took an unexpected turn. From the rear of the horde, a group of 100 grotesquely transformed undead, bone warriors, advanced with unnerving coordination. Unlike their decayed counterparts, these warriors were encased in thick hard bone armor, each step they took resonating ominously with the ground. The Elders engaged them with their shadow powers, expecting the same swift victory, but their energies merely slid off the bone warrior's armor without effect. One Elder, caught off guard, was impaled on a warrior's spiked armor. His scream echoed through the camp as he evaporated into shadow, his essence utterly wiped out. Panic briefly seized the remaining Elders as they witnessed the new threat's immunity to their powers. With no other choice, they quickly retreated behind the camp's barriers. At the barrier, Varric awaited, his face etched with concern as the news of the Bone Warriors reached him. Elena and Alex moved up to the front lines, where human guards were already in position with their firearms and automatic rifles, saved for dire emergencies. These weapons, though rarely used, were maintained meticulously for moments like this. With calm efficiency, Elena gave the order to fire. The barrage of bullets that followed was thunderous, the impact shattering the bone armor with lethal precision. The Bone Warriors, despite their daunting appearance, fell one by one, their unnatural armor no match for human ingenuity and firepower. Soon, the ground was littered with the remnants of what had once seemed an invincible force. The echoes of empty magazines rang out soon after, a sobering reminder of their limited ammunition. Amid the wreckage, Alex turned to Varric with a wry smile. "It seems we're not as helpless as some might think," he remarked. "And this time, it was us who saved you." Varric, ancient and wise, returned the smile with a nod of respect. "Indeed, and for that, we are grateful," he acknowledged. It was then that two new shadows materialized within the camp. Elder and Serana stepped forward, greeted first by silence, then by cautious acknowledgement from Varric and the other Elders. "Brothers and sisters," Elder began, his voice carrying a tone of solemnity mixed with urgency. "We have come to aid you," Varric responded with a measured tone. "Elder, it has been a long time. You are, of course, welcome among the council." He then turned to Serana, adding warmly, "And Serana, it is a joy to see you again." Elder's gaze swept across the assembled faces before he asked, "Where is the sage?" Varric's expression turned grave. "No one has seen the sage for days. He is on a quest to save us all," he replied, his voice heavy with the weight of unsaid fears. The camp fell silent, each person pondering the implications of the sage's absence and the new alliances forming in the face of unending threats. The uneasy peace held tenuously as shadows grew deeper and the night colder, heralding the trials yet to come. The inevitability of the loop. In the depths of a hidden laboratory, shielded from the world by layers of secrecy, Winter and the sage convened. The air was thick with the musk of old books and the hum of active machinery, a testament to Winter's relentless pursuit of understanding the forces at play in their ever-repeating reality. "I understand the loop," Winter began, his voice resolute, his eyes fixed on a series of diagrams and temporal models displayed on the screens around them. The sage listened intently, his expression a blend of curiosity and concern, intrigued by Winter's discovery, yet uneasy about the implications. Winter continued, "Every reset of reality, every cycle we experience, it inevitably leads us back to a similar path. It's like a stream returning to the sea, no matter how it twists and turns." He gestured to the models that illustrated timelines branching and reconverging repeatedly. The loop persists because reality hasn't yet found its correct path. It's like an equation seeking balance, a system attempting to correct itself until it stabilizes, Winter explained, his tone didactic, yet tinged with a hint of sadness. "And it will continue to do so, endlessly." The sage, absorbing every word, finally spoke. "And how do you propose we break this cycle? What is the fulcrum upon which our fate pivots?" Winter paused, his gaze dropping to the floor before meeting the sage's ancient eyes. "The only way to stop the loop is for me to die at the hands of the Alpha," he stated plainly, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. The sage leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Why? Why must it be the Alpha? And why must it be by death?" Winter sighed, turning back to his diagrams. "Because the Alpha, being directly created and influenced by my actions and choices, represents a counterbalance to my existence. My death at his hands would signify the ultimate sacrifice, breaking the endless cycle of power and control I've inadvertently perpetuated. It's not just about death. It's about restoring a balance that my continued survival disrupts." He explained further, "The loop is like a safety mechanism, a way for reality to try different outcomes in the hope of finding a stable configuration. But as long as I remain, as long as I manipulate and reshape events to prevent the Alpha's true nature, the cycle will persist." The sage nodded, understanding dawning. "So, your death would not be an end, but a release, a way to allow the natural course of events to proceed without your interference." "Yes," Winter affirmed, "and in doing so, perhaps reality can finally settle into a configuration that doesn't require resets, a reality where the streams no longer need to seek the sea because they've found where they naturally belong." The implications were clear, and the decision monumental. As they sat in the quiet hum of the lab, both Winter and the sage pondered the profound simplicity of the solution. It was a paradox, where the end of one was necessary for the peace of many. Now it was a matter of when and how to orchestrate such an event that could potentially free them all or doom them to perpetual repetition. Unforeseen sacrifices and battle tides. Mara sat alone, her gaze lost to the horizon. Intuition, a silent whisperer of truths, told her what Winter planned. A mix of dread and guilt knotted within her, the sacrificial nature of his decision weighing heavily on her heart. Was her revival the catalyst for all this chaos, or was it merely another thread in the complex weave of this reality? She looked up at the sky, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and silently cursed the unseen forces orchestrating their fates. Meanwhile, at the human camp, the arrival of new survivors stirred the air with fresh urgency. Captain Knox, alongside a few survivors from Camp Haven, relayed their harrowing experiences with the Lycans. Their tales filled the camp with a tense anticipation of what might come next. Elder and Serana exchanged uneasy glances as they listened. Varric, observing their discomfort, questioned them directly. "You have encountered these Lycans before?" "Yes," Elder replied, his voice tight with memory. "They attacked our home, killing many of our kin," Serana added, her voice cold, "and it was completely unprovoked." Varric pondered their words. "We have means to halt the undead, but these new bone warriors present a fresh challenge, and the Lycans are deadly to our kind. We must convene a council to forge a path forward." Elsewhere, the Lycan Den, a formidable fortress built into a hillside, surrounded by natural defences, faced its own dire circumstances. The initial clash with undead scouts was quickly followed by a more ominous threat. A large battalion of bone warriors advanced upon the den. The ensuing battle was fierce. Lycans fell under the relentless assault of the bone warriors, their bodies unable to withstand the unyielding brutality of bone against flesh. As the Lycan's ranks thinned, the Alpha emerged, his eyes blazing red with a primal force. With each warrior he struck down, the ground shook under the power of his fury. However, even his formidable strength seemed insufficient against the unrelenting wave of bone. The situation grew desperate. The few remaining Lycans were driven back, cornered with seemingly no hope of escape. The bone warriors, methodical and emotionless, advanced to deliver the final blow, but then, inexplicably, they halted. The battlefield fell eerily silent. The only sound, the laboured breathing of the battered Lycans. A familiar voice then cut through the tension, clear and resonant. "Hello, old friend." The final sacrifice. Winter approached the weary Lycans, stepping over the broken terrain littered with the remnants of battle. The pack, battered and bleeding, instinctively snarled at his approach, their primal instincts on high alert, but at a commanding roar from the Alpha, they reluctantly stood down, their growls subsiding into wary silence. "These creatures are indeed formidable," Winter remarked as he surveyed the bone warriors. With a casual wave of his hand, each bone warrior collapsed, their animated forms suddenly rendered lifeless. "There, that's better," he said, his voice carrying a weight that seemed at odds with the ease of his actions. The scene was surreal. A man in a chrome mask, standing alone among fierce werewolves, and the primal Alpha towering over him. Winter turned to face the Alpha, his gaze unwavering despite the obvious danger. "The only reason I still stand here, my friend, is because of the bond we share," Winter began, his voice soft but firm. "No matter the circumstance, this bond cannot be broken, and I know you will never harm me, as a son protects his aging father." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, the gravity of the moment palpable in the air. "But this must not be. The loop must be broken. And for that to happen, you must kill me." The Alpha's growl was low and mournful, the weight of Winter's request evident in its stance. "Soon, I will remove all memories of me from your mind. You will see me as just a man before you, and you will do what must be done. But know this, I love you as my son, now and until the end. A father's love knows no bounds, and this sacrifice is for you, for the world, and for my beloved Mara. Watch over her when I am gone." The words hung heavy between them. The Alpha, primal and powerful, a creature of terrifying strength and resolve, looked down at Winter. A single tear glistened in the moonlight as it fell from the Alpha's eye, his head slowly shaking from side to side in a silent, desperate denial. Winter's resolve did not waver. "I must," he stated simply, the finality in his voice echoing the tragic inevitability of their fate. Winter stood solemnly, his chrome mask now removed, revealing the face of a man resigned to his fate. His arms stretched wide, he embraced the moment not as an end, but as a transition. "This is not the end, old friend, but merely the beginning," he spoke gently to the Alpha. "We shall meet again, and it will be glorious." The Alpha's eyes, filled with a palpable plea, mirrored the torment of their bond being severed by what must come next. Winter took a deep breath, the air heavy with the scent of the earth and the imminent finality of his decision. He lifted his gaze to meet the Alpha's, his voice steady. "Let it be done." At his words, a transformation overtook the Alpha. The creature's eyes ignited with a red glow, an aura of chaos enveloping it. Its primal instincts took over as it saw before it not the man who had raised it, but an intruder threatening its territory, its pack. With a feral roar, the Alpha sprang forward, its movements a blur of primal energy. The confrontation was chaotic and frenzied, the Alpha embodying the very essence of the wild, unpredictable, fierce, and relentless. Winter stood still, accepting the inevitable, his figure a stark contrast to the violent flurry of the Alpha. He offered no resistance, allowing the natural order of the wild to reclaim its course. In the distance, hidden within the shadows, the sage witnessed the heart-rending scene. His presence was silent, reverent, acknowledging the gravity of Winter's sacrifice and the painful necessity of the act. As the Alpha's teeth sank into him, Winter's eyes closed gently, a soft smile gracing his lips, embracing his fate with a peace that had long eluded him. His body fell softly to the ground, the Alpha's roar echoing into the night, a sound filled with triumph and an unknowable sadness. Winter's final sacrifice, born out of love and necessity, promises a new dawn, even as it leaves behind a legacy of sorrow and change. Dawn of a new reality. In the aftermath of Winter's sacrifice, the world began to shift, the fabric of reality altering in ways unseen but profoundly felt. As the sage watched the last vestiges of the primal confrontation fade into the night, a solemn figure against the backdrop of a world transforming. The sacrifice of Winter was both a culmination and a catalyst. The sage began, his voice echoing with the wisdom of ages. His existence was a paradox, an anomaly that both sustained and distorted the natural order. Each loop of reality, while resetting events, could never truly erase the underlying fractures caused by his presence. By sacrificing himself, Winter has allowed the world to heal these fractures, resetting not just events, but the foundational errors of our reality. As the sage spoke, the world around began to change subtly. The scars of battles, the remnants of the Bone Warriors, and the shadows of the Crimson Dawn faded into nothingness. The sky lightened, heralding the true dawn, one that had been delayed by the endless loops of conflict and destruction. This reset, the sage continued, is different. It is complete, allowing the world to return to a state of true normality. A world where the supernatural forces balance each other without the overwhelming interference of an anomaly. Where the stories of Elder, Serana, and even the Alpha exist in the echelons of myth, not as architects of chaos, but as echoes of a narrative that has found its rightful ending. The camera of the narrative panned over cities waking up to normal days, forests teeming with life, and seas calm and sovereign under the sky. Humanity, unaware of the resets, continued unburdened by memories of the apocalyptic loops they had once survived. The world you see now, the sage addressed the reader, is one where Crimson Dawn never existed in its catastrophic forms. Here, the natural and supernatural coexist in secret equilibria. As intended, stories of our battles and sacrifices remain hidden within the lore of old, lessons encapsulated in tales rather than scars upon the earth. He paused, allowing the gravity of the new dawn to sink in. Winter's love for his companions and his commitment to rectifying the fabric of reality has granted us all a new beginning. It is a rare gift. A chance to live without the shadows of our past deeds dictating our future. As the narrative closes, the sage fades back into the silhouette of the new day. His final words, a whisper on the wind. Cherish this world, for it was bought with great sacrifice. Let the lessons of the Crimson Dawn remain with us, even as we step forward into a renewed existence. Reflections and reveries. The hospital room was bathed in the soft light of the morning sun, casting gentle shadows across the sterile walls. Mara lay quietly in the hospital bed, her eyes closed, her breathing even. The white sheets were neatly tucked around her, and the beep of the heart monitor provided a steady, reassuring rhythm in the background. Dr. Emerson stood at the foot of the bed, reviewing Mara's chart with a furrowed brow. Her condition hasn't improved at all, he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else in the room. It's as if she's lost in her own world, unreachable. A nurse, who had been adjusting the IV drip, spoke up. Does she have any family? A husband, perhaps? No, Dr. Emerson replied, shaking his head. Apparently, she lives alone. There's no next of kin listed in her records. As they spoke, a glint of something reflective caught the doctor's eye near the window. He turned, half expectant to see someone there, but there was nothing. Just the morning sunlight, dancing on the glass. What was that? Dr. Emerson asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. The nurse looked toward the window, then back at the doctor. I didn't see anything. Maybe it was just a reflection. The room fell silent again. The only sound, the soft hum of medical equipment. Mara continued to lie peacefully, her face serene yet inscrutable, a stark contrast to the complex web of memories and experiences hidden within her mind. Outside, the hospital's corridors buzzed with the activity of a typical day, but inside room 402, time seemed to stand still. As the narrative closes, the reader is left with the poignant image of Mara, alone yet not alone, surrounded by memories that no one else could see or understand. The fleeting glimpse of something reflective, like a mask, lingers in the mind, a symbol of the stories, sacrifices and secrets that had shaped her life and the world beyond, now lost to the loop of time and the fog of her mind. The end.